Slade Bolden to the NFL, developing news on another Alabama starter. After I tell you about Tom Beckby. After years of searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field in the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one that he liked. So Tom Beckby decided to make his own. Since designing that very first jacket back in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested, rugged materials. Visit the new Tom Beckby store right there in Mountain Brook Village. Really an amazing facility. A local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors right here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you in Mountain Brook Village or online at tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com. Henry To'oTo'o is coming back to Alabama.
Needs to come back.
A big part of that Tide defense. That thing started to click there at the end for the Crimson Tide. Having him calling the plays in the middle for another year is big for that Tide defense. So Henry To'oTo'o coming back for another year.
Yeah, I think that's a big get. You know, we talk about how good this defense can be. I mean, it was a top 3, 4, 5 unit towards the end of the year.
Yeah, Matt said, I think Slade should have come back for another year. Returning to a Heisman quarterback would have built his draft stock. So To'oTo'o coming back. Bolden is not. John Mechie is on the clock. Maybe we'll get an answer from him coming up in the next 4 minutes. The deadline for that is coming up Monday. But in our final 3 minutes of the show, give me the best and worst matchups this weekend and wild card weekend in the National Football League. Best and worst matchups for you.
Well, you know, I think the best matchup, at least on paper, is this 49ers-Cowboys. I think it's fascinating. You know, the 49ers finding their way in the playoffs, down 17. They lose that game, they're out. The Saints are in. Now they travel to Dallas, and Dallas has been an up-and-down team. And, you know, we talk about how good Dak Prescott can be, how good Micah Parsons can be on the other side of the ball. And I think this just it boils down to Jimmy Garoppolo, whether or not he turns the football over. I lean Dallas in this game. This number's gone from 3 to 3.5. You mentioned there's a lot of people that are jumping on the 49ers bandwagon. I think the 49ers are good enough without Garoppolo mistakes, complete enough now that they're healthy, especially with Trent Williams coming back, to win a Super Bowl. I don't think Dallas is that team, but I've got a feeling Dallas wins that team or wins this game. I think that's the best matchup. And the worst is obviously the biggest number on the board, Kansas City hosting Pittsburgh. Ben Roethlisberger was kind of joking, we've got no shot, we're just going to go out, play, have fun. But just a few weeks ago, they had them down 30-0. This just doesn't seem like a great matchup for Pittsburgh.
Really surprised that's the primetime NBC game on Sunday night, not the 12 noon Sunday game where you find the Eagles and the Buccaneers, but that's how that shakes out. And interesting, Matt Mosley told us earlier, podcasted at nextroundlive.com, that 49er fans are trying to buy up tickets in Dallas. I wonder what the crowds will be like both in Dallas and in Los Angeles on Monday night, because I saw where Matt Stafford's wife on her podcast was pleading with Rams fans to not sell tickets or to buy tickets and be at the stadium.
Well, I don't know if you saw that, but Sean McVay and Matt Stafford both said after the game they were overwhelmed how many San Francisco fans were there. And I could just tell on the broadcast, you know, it was quiet early because the Rams were so good in that first half and they were up 17-0, and Matthew Stafford was playing great. But once the tide turned a little bit, you heard those 49ers fans, and they took over SoFi. I didn't realize there were that many San Francisco 49er fans. And back to your point on them traveling, or Arizona traveling to L.A., I don't know how many Cardinals fans there are.
Yeah,
I understand if it's Pittsburgh on the road, if it's the Chiefs on the road, the Eagles on the road.
Yeah, L.A.'s a big city, though. A lot of transplants there, so we'll see what the crowd's like. But is it Kelly Stafford? What's her name?
Kelly Stafford.
Kelly Stafford out there pleading for don't sell your tickets in the playoffs. Home field is big, and the Cardinals have been great on the road. That's Monday night. We'll have time to talk about that on Monday and more of what's going on in the portal and everything. I'm with Jay right here. The NFL is so good from this point through the Super Bowl. Enjoy the hell out of the football season, counting down the final games.
Good luck to your team, man. I think it's going to be a little more difficult than a lot of people think. It comes down to Jalen Hurts, though.
Yeah.
If they're able to run the football on that defense, which is going to be tough. Again, that's the best rushing team in the NFL right now. The Eagles are.
And forecast is for rain. We'll see if that forecast changes quickly down in Tampa. We'll see what it's really like by the time they kick it off at 12 noon. Hopefully I got another Buccaneer jersey or shirt on come Monday and not suffering from a loss. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks for being with us on the travels to Dallas and Indianapolis. Thanks for all of you kind folks over in the Farmfolio chat room. We'll see you back here Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go live on a Monday in America after the NFL weekend. Gets us to one more game on this super wild card weekend tonight. Cardinals and Rams. We'll get into that. My Bucks won. His Rams play tonight. His Dolphins are waiting for 2022.
Trying to hire a coach, Jim.
Trying to hire a coach.
Don't discount the importance of hiring a coach.
A lot to get to. Joel Klatt will be on the show coming up at 9:25. We'll talk to him about a variety of college football things and NFL things, but also about his getting caught in between Kayvon Thibodeau and the Southern education system. That's coming up at 9:25. Dane Bradshaw talking Auburn and Alabama basketball, and Jim Nagy on the Senior Bowl in the upcoming NFL draft. Today's the deadline for you, if you're an underclassman, to declare for the NFL. A lot of that has been going on over the weekend. Some coming, some going. We'll talk about that as well. But we'll start with Auburn basketball. We are about 2 hours away from Auburn becoming the number one team in the AP poll, the Associated Press basketball poll. Gonzaga is the other possible number one team. It'll be either Auburn 1 or 2, and Gonzaga will be 1 or 2. I think it'll be the Auburn Tigers. They continue to look good with another road win over Ole Miss over the weekend. When Walker Kessler doesn't get in foul trouble, the kid's a stud. But it doesn't matter if he's on the court or not. This team's winning basketball games.
Well, there's other contributors. I mean, Jabari is the best player maybe in college basketball. I mean, you could at least make that argument. But, KD Johnson, Wendell Green, again off the bench with 14. But you're right, man. Kessler, 2010, 7 blocks and 4 steals.
It's crazy.
He's just such a factor at both ends of the court. And, this Auburn team continues to roll, 13 straight wins. They're down 14 in the first half. Typically, when you're down 14 in the SEC on the road, that's tough to come back from. I know basketball's a game of runs, but still down 14 to a somewhat talented Ole Miss team.
I'm not here to rain on the parade. I think Auburn is the number one team in the nation. However, I think you also have to understand how voters work. And voting in the college basketball poll, have you ever done that?
I have not. I watched the late, great Cecil Hurt do it one year and never tried to. I tried to get the AP vote for football, and I finally got it 1 year. And then never wanted to do that again.
Yeah, well, I did it one time. I was out.
And then basketball, I watched Cecil do it. It was the same year I was doing football. I was watching him do basketball. And I was overwhelmed by doing football, to be honest with you, every week. And then to think that I had to do basketball with so many different teams.
And who play twice a week,
and
by
they
the
play
way.
twice a week, and trying to keep up who beat who and all that.
That's right.
And, he had a notebook of stuff that he was working through to do his poll every week. And I was
voting in basketball is tough. And I just want to make that point. All the first place votes are up for grabs. Baylor had them all. So they got to fall somewhere.
Lost twice last week.
I will also, yes, they did. So they're not getting any of them. They're all up for grabs. I will point out to you that Gonzaga is number one in both the net and KenPom, which KenPom carries a lot of weight in the college basketball world. So don't discount the voters saying, I got to figure out who's the best team, just going there and saying, well, if KenPom's got him number one, I'm going to put him number one. I think Auburn should be number one. If I had to vote, I'd vote Auburn number one. I'm just trying to tamp down the expectations. I know a lot of people want to see a historic day with Auburn being number one. It's not going to shock me if it's Gonzaga based on what I just told you.
Look, and unfortunately, there's a lot of lazy voters. So a lot of voters will go that direction. But the voters that might dig into this a little bit will look and they'll see the fact that Auburn has 1 loss.
That's right.
Gonzaga has 2 losses.
Yep.
One of those 2 losses is to an Alabama team that Auburn just beat on the road.
Yeah, I would I would hesitate if you think most voters are going to dig that
That's
deep.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
But if you
it makes sense.
It's
but-
working knowledge for me, though. That's working
I know,
knowledge. I saw
know.
it happen, both of them.
I know, but you also live in the state of Alabama.
But if you are a voter that actually wants to do your due diligence and you want to really truly find out, it was going to be a layup who the number one team was if Baylor would have won both of their games this week. But if it really comes down to these two teams, which it will, I'm like you guys. I mean, I said it last Sunday, so 8 days ago, I believe Auburn's the best team in college basketball. And
I got no problem with that. Again, if I were an AP voter, I would have them number one. I just was trying to set a base level of expectations there.
I had a brief conversation with Charles Barkley yesterday. He thinks the three best teams in the country are Auburn, Kentucky, and Purdue. He thinks they're the three best teams.
I can't wait to see Kentucky and Auburn next Saturday.
Yeah, they play Saturday at Auburn Arena, CBS. I had not seen a tip time on that one yesterday when I was looking.
I did. It's either 1 or 1:30, which is interesting. They haven't decided yet. It's 1 or 1:30.
Well, it's going to lead into NFL playoffs, I believe, is the way it's going to go. So that'll lead right into the NFL playoffs. That's where you usually put a big marquee Saturday game, and that's what Auburn, number one or number two in the country, and Kentucky, top 10 will be. Before you give me that thought, Brown, here's Bruce Pearl on the possibility of Auburn being number one just after 11 o'clock Central today. Here is the Auburn head coach. Sorry, no video. This is audio only. Bruce, to get back before the snowstorm Saturday night, did his postgame after Ole Miss on a bus.
We've been managing for the last. We've kind of put ourselves in position all of a sudden where we started, climbing the rankings a little bit, and so we had to deal with it tonight. Look, we're get beat. It's not because we rested on our laurels or we started to pay too attention to what the media is. If we got beat tonight, Ole Miss would have beaten us, and they were good enough to beat us. They made good enough plays to beat us. They outplayed us for the, first, 18 minutes, 17 minutes of that game. But at the same time, it is historic, and it does matter, and it does mean something. That'll be a Auburn, period. Our university and our athletic department.
Yeah,
doesn't mean
that's
much right
Bruce
now,
Pearl
but
there after the game there.
That wasn't on a hard line.
No, it was not.
It was Clay Travis's phone.
And I have a feeling it didn't sound that way when Forrester cut it off. That's going to be a technical problem. We'll come back to that audio a little bit later in the show. But what Bruce is talking about there is when you become number one, you have a target on your back. But he's been dealing with that already. He's already had the target on his back because they've been winning games already. So, but it does become different when you have that little number one beside your name. It's a big game now when Bruce comes to town for you. It'll be a bigger game when they're the number one team in the country.
Man, this is, look, and we all love Bruce. He's been accessible for, 10 years now with us.
He used to be a weekly guest with us when he wasn't coaching.
But he is using history a lot. It's almost like Butch Jones was using youth. So we're going to hear this history thing a lot with Bruce rolling forward. We almost need, like he's part of the Roman Senate, we need to put a toga on him. He would have done well back in those days, too, with the toga.
Yes, he would have. Bruce looks like a toga guy.
Yeah.
Do you know it? And look, again, people respect this Kim Palm ranking. There's a lot of talk about that. Do you know who they have as the best team in the SEC?
Best team in the SEC right now is LSU for them.
Kentucky. Yeah, you almost said Kentucky. You almost pulled the trigger there.
I figured that's obvious. If you'd have said, you wouldn't have been asked me if it had been Kentucky, I thought, but obviously you threw me a curveball.
Yeah, I thought you might think it's Auburn, who's number 9 according to them, but they got Kentucky number 4. Who was obviously very impressive against Tennessee, and it has everyone looking forward with Auburn playing Georgia, who's one of the worst teams in the conference, or the worst team of the conference. Everybody looking forward now to that Auburn-Kentucky game coming up that we were just talking about.
That's right. That's Wednesday for Georgia, and then coming up Saturday for Auburn and Kentucky. Alabama's lost 3 straight now. We'll talk more about the Tide. UAB gets a win over Florida Atlantic over the weekend. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. But first, you can see a change in our Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. We'll tell you more about Bud Light Seltzer as we move through, but just a decorative change with our logo behind us here. Bud Light Seltzer is that logo there as we move.
I brought you guys some product this morning, so I've got it in the fridge over there, and we can go through the flavors, and we'll tell you more about that in a little bit, as you said, but that is a cool logo.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And that one right there is the Birmingham Racecourse Casino in the studios right here.
It's a very nice tour we got going here, Dunaway.
Hey, with another year done and dusted, you want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, playoff games happening yesterday, one more going tonight. Cardinals and Rams. We'll break that game down a lot. ABC and ESPN tonight for that wild card wrap-up to a big weekend. A lot of blowouts this weekend, but a couple of really good games, but a lot of blowouts. Boy, the Bills look good. The Bucs were playing a offensively challenged Philadelphia team. The Bengals finally got a win. What was that, the first one since 1991 in the playoffs? 1990.
Yeah, the 90 season, I guess the 91 playoffs.
Yeah, I covered that game. Was that the Oilers? Bengals Oilers?
It was.
Yeah,
was that the really cold game you always talk about?
Yeah.
The the running joke is nobody has ever texted or tweeted about a Cincinnati Bengals playoff win.
That's right.
And the Bengals embraced that. After the game, they sent out a tweet that said, everybody send your text, or let's text it, or something like that. I mean, they embraced the fact they have not won one in a long time.
Man, it had some drama. There was the erroneous whistle, and, that was controversial. But, the Bengals had an opportunity to go up 14, and they decided to kick the field goal to go up 10, which was the right move, like 4th and inches. But then it gave the Raiders an opportunity to come back, and then the Raiders had that final drive. I thought for a minute they were going to score, and you just wonder what the Raiders do in that situation. Did they go for 2 and go for the win, the walk-off, or did they take it to overtime? But that was a fun game to watch. And both starving fan bases, as much as the Bengals have been struggling, the Raiders, such a great organization for so many years winning championships, they hadn't won a postseason game since 2002, so it would have been 20 years for them.
Yeah, it's only been a couple of years in Vegas, though. Those starving Vegas fans there.
But Burrow was good. He was flawless. Didn't throw a pick. And, this is kind of the running theme. The only team that lost the turnover battle that won this weekend of 5 games played so far was Kansas City last night.
Yeah, Kansas City looked really good. They sent a message. But the big talking point, though, is the Cowboys game. The Cowboys are a team that are loved or hate around America. They are the team everyone pays attention to. Even the fact that it's been 26 years since they've won a Super Bowl. 26 years.
26 years since they went to the NFC Championship game, which is that's baffling. More than a quarter of a century.
Yeah, 11 playoff appearances, the longest in Cowboy history, without reaching that NFC Championship game. But it ended yesterday with for some a controversial play, but if you know the rules, the umpire has to get in there and reset the ball, and being lost on all this is just one of the dumbest play calls I think in NFL playoff history. What are you doing in that situation? Why not? You need a touchdown. You're going to run it up there, clock it, and take one shot to the end zone. At that point?
Your shot from the 41-yard line. I don't know what the percentages are, but they're not high. You get it down to around the 25. You've got a legitimate shot. But you need probably 18 to 20 seconds without a timeout to know that you're going to be able to get that play off. With 14 seconds, it's just too dicey. And if, you would have had the thought process, we're not going to try to clock this, we're just going to go straight snap it, then you have the ability to maybe get that play off. It's just too dicey in that situation. It's even better with the low percentages to take 2 shots from the 41.
Yeah, it seems like, or throw an out. Throw something on the sideline to shorten it a little bit. With no timeouts, you just cannot run it there.
Now, the play worked to get them into that position.
Did. If you had 30 seconds.
You just don't have time left.
Yeah. But to your point, if you throw an out and it's completed again and you move it, 10 yards down the field, you've got 10 seconds.
Out of bounds, stop clock.
Yeah, you got 2 shots at that
That's
point.
right.
You got 2 shots at the end zone.
You could even throw another out if you want to and shorten it again to take that one shot. Chop it up into 2 plays. And then Dak Prescott, I would think every quarterback at that level knows this. I would think most college quarterbacks know this. When you make a run like that with the clock ticking, who do you hand the ball to when you get up?
Gus Malzahn taught it to his players. You hand it to the official.
The guy that's going to spot it.
The one person you do not hand it to is your center, which is what he does. As if the center is going to be able to just put it down and keep going, right? Like we're playing backyard football. That's on Dak Prescott, man. You're an NFL quarterback. You stand there with that ball until the umpire runs up and grabs it from you and spots it. Now, they still may not have gotten the snap off, But the one person you don't hand it to is another player. I mean, that was dumb by Dak Prescott. That's just dumb football.
And Ramon George was the umpire that actually did the spotting, and I think it was just because it was – and there was a lot of chaos going on because it was far from seamless because it was like a double spot, and he got bumped. And, look, I mean, it's not his job to be a flawless guy that's going to spot this thing. But I think that's why Cowboy fans were so upset. And, unfortunately, I thought the game was already over. So I had gotten in the car going to take Leighton home. So I'm listening to this, and I'm thinking for whatever reason they're probably going to review it. And I think they thought about reviewing it for one second.
Well, McCarthy said he was told that it was going to be reviewed and they would add time to the clock. But, I mean, when you watch it, I don't see how you would add time to the clock.
No, I mean, it isn't helped by the fact that it does appear the umpire has to run 30 yards to set the ball. I don't know what his protocol is.
Well, it's to stay behind the play because he's looking for penalties. There are two officials behind the play, and he's one of them. He's got to stay behind the play watching for penalties.
But how far behind the play, I guess, is,
again, I mean, Dak Prescott is, I'm going to guess, a little faster than the official, which, again, is why you don't put this game in that situation if you're Mike McCarthy.
And lost on this. And, I think a lot of people do this with some moments in football history. You think, well, if that hadn't happened, we were going to win the game. You still had, even if you clocked it, you still have 1 second, one shot at the end zone from the 25. Chances are the Cowboys aren't going to win the game, even if they get it clocked there.
But here's the thing that gets, and Danny, I'd like to see who Danny is with here. He covers the NFL for The Ringer. Danny Heitz, I don't know much about him. But he points out, he lists them, all 14 penalties the Cowboys had yesterday. If you've got 14 penalties in an NFL playoff game, you don't deserve to win. I don't care what else happens in that game.
Bring up the penalties. So Dallas, not only 14 penalties yesterday, they led the NFL in penalties.
That's right. They're a poorly coached team.
That's right.
So, and by the way,
one of the dumbest teams of all time. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeau can talk about Southern education, but what the hell is Gregory doing? I mean, how many times are they going to get called for tackling the offensive line?
He was offsides all the time yesterday. I mean, Gregory had an awful game.
And they don't really start playing until they're down 23-7.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I'm shocked, and I think I said this on the show after the Rams had lost to San Francisco when McVay and Kelly Stafford, Matthew's wife, they made big deals about San Francisco taking over SoFi. Did you see the San Francisco fans making a mad dash in Dallas when they opened the doors yesterday?
Was that for standing room only?
Standing room only. But it literally was every other fan was San Fran. It was probably 60-40 when you really did the math. But I didn't know there was that many San Francisco fans around.
Yeah, but they do that. The Cowboys fans do that too. You got to get to even if it was all Cowboys fans.
No, I get that, but I just didn't realize there was this many San Francisco fans.
But I rewound it. This is how crazy it was. I shuttled back the Deebo Samuel touchdown after the turnover. There was an interception.
Yeah.
And then they handed off to Deebo Samuel. He scores the first play. The crowd noise was insane. It was like they were playing in San Francisco. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was the same way the week before at SoFi.
Yeah, it's such a big stadium.
But when you were out Friday, we had Matt Mosley on, and big Cowboys guy in Dallas, and he said, "Look, Cowboys fans, they'll sell the tickets for $5 over face." and he's kind of right about that. That's going to be the difference. San Francisco's got this great run of now traveling to SoFi for a must-win game. To Dallas, they're not going to be able to get those tickets in Lambeau.
That's right.
Oh, negative.
That's right. They'll be watching on TV this week. The 49er fans will not be able to invade Lambeau. That game is coming up prime time on Saturday night. You Titan fans get the afternoon game on Saturday against the Bengals. So it's Bengals-Titans, and then San Fran-Green Bay in the divisional round on Saturday. Sunday's early game will be Winter Tonight in Tampa. And then the prime time game will be Buffalo and Kansas City, which it'll be a name your score game at that point, right? Bills, Chiefs, are you playing under already?
I mean, the Chiefs defense, one of the reasons they got back into this is because their defense was playing so well up until a couple of weeks ago, and Buffalo's defense has got the ability to shut you down.
But I mean, the Bills just had the perfect offensive game. You can't do any better than they did. They scored every time they touched it if they weren't kneeling it.
I mean, 51 plays, 480 yards. That's almost impossible.
I don't know how you could do that in back-to-back games. And as Josh Allen is my least favorite player in the NFL. Least favorite. There's not an NFL player I like less than him. But even I have to say, that was a spectacular performance.
In those temperatures to go
awful.
21 of 25 and a team playoff record 5 touchdowns, he was incredible. And Mac on the other side was not.
Not great.
He was. Mac looked cold the entire game. Belichick looked cold and old.
Yep.
I tell you what got Mac, though, and I know you guys were watching the game, they go down 7-0, and so their first possession, he threw what looked like a beautiful pass, and Micah Hyde makes this incredible interception.
He did.
I thought for a second it was going to be a touchdown, and then I was like, there's no way he picked that. I want to see a reverse angle. That thing had to hit the ground. So, obviously when you score first and then you turn the ball over very next possession, bad start to a game on the road.
All right, so injuries will be a factor as we get to the divisional rounds. We'll talk about that as well as we move throughout the week. When we come back, though, Joel Klatt joins the show to talk some college football with us. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont. What else is coming up on the show after LT tells us about the official vodka of the 2022 World Games?
Yeah, make sure you pick up a bottle today. Locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package stores, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. Also ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle today of Vulcan Gin or Redmont vodka.
Farmfolio chat room, AJ F. Dallas, go Niners. He's a big San Francisco fan. Matt said, bad sign for LT tonight. In all 5 wild card playoff games, the team with more Alabama players have lost so far. Cardinals have 1. The Rams have 2 tonight.
Oh, Lance,
Are
that's a
you
bad
nervous?
trend.
I'm very nervous. The good news is McVay is 9-1 against the Cardinals.
Oh, there's another
there
trend
you
and
go.
our angle.
Good news is the Cardinals suck on the road. Wait, they don't.
Another trend and our angle.
8-1 on the road.
Yeah, a lot of trends and angles in this one tonight. It's Monday Night Football, the final of the wild card games tonight. But Klatt's up next right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the next round. 3 great locations: Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce, and finished on the grill. Spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
We'll do the Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend coming up after we talk with Joel Klatt. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, our presenting sponsor here early in 2022. 4 classic soda flavors, a whole new way to experience them. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda is seltzer with the pop of soda. 100 calories and 0 sugar. Available wherever you buy beer. Try them today. It's Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda.
All right, Joel Klatt with Fox Sports is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Klatt? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thanks a lot. Anyone that has listened to or watched our show for any period of time knows we are not a show that takes a topic and hammers it into the ground until nobody else wants to talk about it. But we did not do that with the Kayvon Thibodeau thing. But now that we have you on, we do need to at least address it. And I know you said on Twitter, Klatt, you should have pushed back. You regret not doing that. There is no excuse. Just kind of walk us through, what was going on there. And I don't know. I don't really have a question, Klatt. I'm just setting the table for you to discuss it.
Well, it certainly stands that I wish I would have pushed back. There's no doubt in my mind. Having said that, it was an interesting form. It wasn't an interview. He was sitting with us the whole game, and we were watching the game as a watch party. So he was saying a lot of things that were, his own, opinion and stance on whatever it was, whether what he thought about the game. And in this instance, it was right before I was trying to let him go for the night. And he just said, "Hey, can I say one more thing?" And I'm like, "Okay, say whatever you want." And, he went into that spiel about Oregon and Nike and Alabama. And so I didn't really feel like it was my place to tell him he was wrong for why he made the decision in his life. But then also, I was just trying to get the exit. And let him leave for the night. Having said all that, though, I certainly wish I would have pushed back because it wasn't factual, just about the Alabama education, even though he was talking more about a stigma, even though he used astigmatism. All of those things, guys, doesn't certainly let me off the hook. But that's kind of what went on. And I even thought of you guys when it became apparent that it was blowing up, and I was like, man, I got to go talk to those guys.
I've been in that situation where 3 things can be happening. One, in that situation, I'm also watching the game because I've got to carry a conversation about the game. 2, I've got sometimes a producer talking to my ear, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing next, so I'm not really listening to what I know it's a horrible way to do an interview, but sometimes I ask a question and I don't hear the answer.
Yeah, but how many times on this show have you agreed with something? You'd be like, what did I just agree with?
100%.
I mean, it happens all the time, yeah.
And when I said I hear you, to be honest, I didn't understand, exactly what I was hearing. But like I said, it is what it is, and it's certainly not the way I feel about Alabama's education nor their football program. So, it is unfortunate and certainly something I can learn from. And, that's why I said no excuses, though, because at the end of the day, those clips get put out in small chunks, and it was not right. So there's no excuses. I should have pushed back. It just is what it is.
Yeah, and the third thing is sometimes some people say such a dumb thing. I don't know what to say to them. I've been in interviews before. I used to anchor news for a brief period of time, and some guy said he was running for an office. I won't say which party, and he said one of the dumbest things ever. And I was like, I can't even justify the conversation here by asking him a question about that. So I just moved on, and people thought I was complicit to what he said.
Yeah,
I wasn't. Right. But it was such a dumb statement, I didn't even want the conversation to continue, so I moved on. All that said, I appreciate, as a lifelong Southerner, I appreciate you not making excuses and saying you wish you'd push back. I forgive you. There you go.
Well, I appreciate that. I think you're in the minority of Bama fans, certainly, and Bama grads, and rightly so.
Oh, trust me, if Alabama had won the national championship, we wouldn't give a damn. We wouldn't have cared at all. We wouldn't have cared.
Great point. Yeah. That's a great point. Well, listen, take solace then in the fact that you're going to be right back in that position next year, because no one's close to Bama going into next season.
Well, and here's the fact, Joel. Look, I'm a Bama grad. I really didn't take offense to it. Kayvon Thibodeau, does it really matter where he gets his education? Is that guy – I mean, the guy's going to be playing football for the next 10 to 12 years.
Yeah, and listen – I didn't agree with what he was saying. I didn't quite understand where he was headed. But I did keep thinking about that as well. When he said, like, hey, there's a job in the Nike office, I thought to myself, like, the question I wanted to ask was, like, you think you're going to need a job in the Nike office? Like, wait, what's happening right now? But he's certainly going to play for as long as he can. It'll be interesting because listen, the NFL scouts and personnel departments, they pour over everything. They're going to look at that. And, when he was talking about, I could have won a national championship, but that, wasn't the most important thing to me. So it'll be interesting to see how that is viewed by people that are making a decision about his future.
Well, ironically, the next time we will see the defending national champions on the field will be against Oregon and their former defensive coordinator, Dan Lanning. Do you think Stetson Bennett will be the starting quarterback for Kirby Smart in that game?
You know what? Maybe, I would say. I'd say maybe most likely. He certainly played well down the stretch, even if I was shouting at the TV from a clock management standpoint. I was happy for him. I was a walk-on. I understand the hurdles that you've got to jump through as somebody that is not highly recruited. And he played really well down the stretch, and that entire team and roster played remarkably well to win that game. And Bama fans would have to even agree with that, even though y'all were shorthanded, in particular at wide receiver, during the course of the second half of that game. I think he probably will be the quarterback because it's to me, coaches have a DNA. Coaches have a fingerprint. And Kirby's fingerprint is that he likes these guys that he's comfortable with. And it was painfully obvious during the course of this season that he's more comfortable with Stetson than he is with anybody else on the roster. Now, I guess it remains to be seen whether he's going to increase his depth at that position via the portal or not. I know that there were some leaked pictures of Caleb Williams, and we all assume he's going to USC, but people have speculated that he may end up at Georgia, so we'll see.
Joel Klatt is with us, Fox Sports and Joel Klatt on Twitter, and you are listening to him on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Do you see Georgia winning the championship, Klatt, as the beginnings of a shift back to a more defensive style of football? Because, that team won that very I don't even know how far back we'd have to go to find a team that won it with that style of football.
Well, I don't, and the reason is because of the way that game played out. And I'll say it this way: if Alabama is at full strength with Mechie and Williams, it still was clear to me, even early in that game without Mechie, that Georgia was going to struggle with Williams. And I mean, what did he have? 4 for 64 at the time of the injury. I mean, he's on his way to 150, 180, 200 yards receiving. And in the waning moments of that game, what ultimately did Alabama in really were two things, but the lack of execution and detail from the wide receivers was, it affected the game, and it cost them the game. On the last interception, for instance, the number one wide receiver doesn't run his clear route, and he doesn't run hard. And so the corner is able to fall off onto the Slade Bolden kind of slot fade and pick the ball off. On the other interception, the slot fade player just gets stacked by the defense and then just doesn't run through him, kind of stops and slows down, and then the ball gets picked off. The throw right before the last interception, it's a perfect throw from Bryce Young. And wide receiver goes up with one hand, doesn't go up with two hands. And he's looking back at his quarterback the entire time during the route, doesn't stack the defender. There's a bunch of detail errors at that position that cost them some drops. I think that with Williams on the field, it might have been a different case, even with just Williams. So I don't think that this is going to be some sort of overall shift back towards defensive football. I think that the offense that we're going to see from even Alabama next year, from Ohio State certainly, and others, will make it difficult to go win the game with just defense. Because remember, that was historically a great defense. How often do we see a defense? You guys have seen plenty of great ones, but how often do you see a defense that's powerful enough to just stop the run with their defensive line, as good as they were, and have the speed at the second level to run side to side to stop anything in that direction as well? That was a very unique defense that Georgia had this year from a roster standpoint. I've given you this stat before, and it's still the most mind-blowing stat for me of the entire year. Georgia's defense on their two deep had five-star players that were recruited as five-star players. The entire Pac-12 conference had 9 five-star players. So I think I said that right. Georgia's defense, 9 five-star players. Entire Pac-12, 9 five-star players.
It's incredible.
Yeah. I appreciate you pushing back on the Pac-12's lack of talent there. I appreciate that. Joel.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Trying to hold to the truth.
Hey, this portal thing, I don't know if it ever ends. Is there's no end period to this? Like there's a deadline to go to the NFL draft today. Are you comfortable with the portal, say Oklahoma players following Lincoln to, like Mario Williams to USC? Are the whole Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajuns going to Gainesville with Billy Napier, it looks like? Are you comfortable with that? I mean, the rights of the players and free movement that they've gotten now to basically a coach to take an entire roster, are we okay with that? Or is there anything you think the NCAA should do to police that?
Well, I'm not going to hold my breath if the NCAA does anything right. Let's start with that. Having said that, the unintended consequences of what is a good-spirited rule right now are kind of raging throughout the sport. And right now, I don't love the way that all of this is happening. And I think one of the things that I'm looking at this, like, there's several different factors. Should a coach be able to pillage his old roster? This one-time transfer. Where can kids go? Should they be able to go? Blah, blah, blah. I think it actually comes down to calendar and roster management. One of the reasons that you don't see this type of chaos in the NFL is certainly the player's contract, and that obviously has something to do with it. But it's also the fact that there is a structure to the calendar of when free agency happens, when the draft happens, when guys are going to sign. Like you said, the deadline today for players to declare for the NFL draft who are going that way out of college. And the calendar helps from a roster management standpoint. And when you can manage the roster, then it becomes a little bit more difficult for the players to move. And I'm not trying to say that it should be more difficult. I'm just saying that there should be more boundaries and guardrails. For instance, I believe that the transfer portal should be closed or just not open, closed during the season. There's no reason to allow for an emotional decision from an 18 to 24-year-old, 23-year-old during the season. He feels like he doesn't get enough playing time on a Saturday in October, and he can get into the transfer portal at 8 a.m. on Sunday. I don't think that that's right. I don't think that that serves anybody. So certainly changes to that transfer portal need to be made and need to be addressed so that we can have a more cohesive sport from a roster management standpoint. The last thing I would say is that we've got way too many kids that think that they're going to get into the portal and re-enter this greatest phase of their life, which was the recruiting phase. Why? Because everyone told them how great they were during recruiting. And so they feel like they're going to go back into this and they're going to be recruited and everything is going to be hunky-dory. And the fact remains, there aren't enough spots or scholarships left on rosters for the number of guys that are in the portal. So they threw away full scholarships at universities throughout this country for what? To have someone compliment you? It certainly needs to change. There needs to be some guardrails so that it helps both the coach and his roster management and the player not throw away scholarship opportunities.
All right, he is Joel Klatt. Go follow him on Twitter and Joel Klatt. See him on Fox and when college football rolls back around. Klatt, thank you for the time. It is always fun talking with you.
I appreciate it, fellas. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
All right, buddy. Take care. Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks with the Alabama Men's Clinic. Maybe you're coming off a weekend where you feel more tired now than you did on Friday, and maybe it's because you're just not sleeping great or your energy's down. Your workouts aren't the same. Your libido has gone south. Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone, a low T problem. How do you get that checked out? You do it with my friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic right there in Homewood and locations around, alabamamensclinic.com, alabamamensclinic.com. Here's the phone number for that appointment, 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000. All you have to do is go and let them check you out. You can go in there, get a medical consultation. They'll do a little blood work, and if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. You can get more details about that offer and what it all entails when you become a patient with the Alabama Men's Clinic by calling them up, 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or alabamamensclinic.com. Avoid depression, too. That's another side effect to low T is depression. alabamamensclinic.com to get more details, and we appreciate them being along with us to start off the next round as we move forward. By the way, today, on this day in history, in 2010, was our first show together, officially.
Really?
Yep.
How do you remember that?
Officially.
Officially, yeah.
Yeah, not counting the Pasadena shows where we did it with Brian Straw all together when we combined two shows, but today is the day. I have an annual reminder that pops up.
So how did that work?
Happy anniversary.
How excited were you on that day?
I was nervous. I was
really?
nervous, yeah. I was
a little
very
stressed?
nervous, yeah.
Yeah, boy, we were rough as a cob for the first couple of months. There's no doubt.
Couple weeks.
Okay,
We were
first
good.
couple of weeks.
We were good by week 3.
Yeah, I thought it was a couple of weeks. I don't remember it being as long as Brown does. Did we have time off then? Because when we got back, I thought we immediately started doing the show together.
I believe there were some personnel moves that had to be made.
They had to get rid of one guy.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah. And then they had to convince you and us that we could work together. And
When was the, how close to this date was the meeting at Casino Superior where it all went down?
I thought it was the night before.
No, I don't remember it being the night before.
We did have one the night before with,
That was at Petrocelli's, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was with, Saybear was at that one, right?
I think the Casino Superior was the Friday before we started on a Monday. That was the guys were doing this. Let's figure out a way to make it work.
I remember the casino. I don't remember the Petrocelli's. Man, that 12 years is a long time.
That's a long time.
And we actually did we put things on a sheet like Brown's daily Bible verse was out if he took away name that stripper, and we started dividing up old things from the show.
I want this. No, I want this.
Yeah.
If you could go back though to that moment,
I'll give you name that stripper if you take away daily Bible
what
verse.
is the one thing you would do if you could go back to that moment?
I would have embraced it wholeheartedly, knowing what it became.
I know what I would have done.
I would have invested in something.
I would have taken
12 years.
I would have bought Bitcoin.
I would have taken every dime I had and put it on Auburn to win the national championship the next year.
Yeah, one of our early shows was one of our first. It was our first Guarantee Friday show, and people were like, Maybe it was Bobby from Homewood. I don't know. But somebody's like, I think Cam Newton will win the Heisman.
It wasn't people. It was a person.
Yeah. Cam Newton
it wasn't Bobby.
Cam Newton will win the Heisman. Auburn will win the national championship. We're like,
okay, let's move on.
Terrence says, I talked to you guys that night at Casino Superior, one of the first to know.
No way.
Terrence, come on.
No,
Seriously?
No.
How about we lasted longer than Casino Superior?
Well, there's no
true.
way we told Terrence, hey, this is what we're doing.
Yes. Yeah, this is where we're doing. Sit down.
There's, there's people that have got to be, their jobs have got to be eliminated.
It was the four of us plus two suits, two Citadel or Cumulus. I don't even know who we were at the time. Suits. One of them was a pantsuit.
Wow. Okay.
Well, why? It was a female.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah. So there were two suits and the four of us. So, I mean, it looked like a business meeting at least.
How about that? The other meeting was at Petrocelli's. We outlived both of those restaurants. It's a tough business, restaurants.
It is. Ain't no doubt.
All right. So thank you guys for being with us all these years, and happy anniversary. We got a different anniversary now. That's August the 16th.
That is correct.
I've got that one saved in my calendar, too.
That one I can't forget.
August the 16th coming up for that one. All right. When we come back, we'll start our best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. And again, part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks with the Alabama Men's Clinic. I told you about them. So up next, best and worst of the weekend right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a dry tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Best and worst of the weekend is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. We'll get into some college football conversation coming up again. Auburn's tip time with Kentucky on Saturday now set. It is 12 noon on CBS, so national television, and likely number one or worst case scenario number 2 Auburn playing host to top 10 Kentucky down at Auburn Arena Saturday on CBS, 12 noon, the official tip. Hemphill giving you best and worst.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemphill Services on speed dial. The first call you need to make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Charles says the worst of the weekend is LT. Will be with the Ramley did not play yet, so another long night for LT tonight.
Yeah, you know, I had my brother Reed yesterday. We were over. It was my sister-in-law's birthday, so we were over celebrating yesterday. And he said, I'm surprised you're not excited about a Monday night game. And I said, well, the problem is having to sit through the entire weekend.
Yeah.
And just waiting for that final game. And by the way, whoever wins this game tonight gets less prep than everyone.
They do. Can I tell you, as a Dolphins fan, I'd gladly be playing tonight. So count your blessings.
And you'd play on short rest for
no doubt.
A playoff win.
I would be thrilled to be playing next Sunday. Yeah. Absolutely.
But you guys will give me, like, right now, with Nick Bosa being in protocol.
Right.
You know, if this was a Monday instead of a Sunday, that's one extra day.
No, you're right about that.
Out of protocol.
That'd be huge.
Yep. Nope. That's that is something that the Rams and the Cardinals are having to do to accommodate television tonight on this Super Wild Card weekend. I'll say, you know, the best of the weekend for me was the fact that we had another Super Wild Card weekend. Now, I don't feel like I enjoyed it as much this year as I did last year. How come? Was it because
of the blowouts?
Because it was it three games last year?
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
That added to it. That
but
it was triple header.
Yeah, but to Lance's point, we had 2 good games out of 6. I mean, 2 out of 6 is.
Was last year the games better? No blowouts last year?
Well, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, we haven't played the 6th one yet. Yeah, I remember them being better. I'll go back and look though, Jim. But I remember them being better.
Yeah, I remember us all loving it last year. And
let me go back and look.
I've got it right here. You had a 3-point win, Buffalo over Indy.
Right.
Rams won by 10 over Seattle, but that game was tight late.
Yep.
You had a 1-possession game, Tampa over Washington. Remember, Heineke played really well in that game. Baltimore won by 7 over Tennessee. New Orleans kind of dominated Chicago, and then Cleveland dominated Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so that's 4 out of 6.
Yeah.
That's better than what we're going to get. I mean, even if Rams Cardinals a classic tonight, only half of them have been good games.
I like the triple header.
I like the Monday night. Now, again, I understand, Lance, why you don't want it. You haven't just changed this. The day it was announced, I remember you saying, God, I hope the Rams don't get the Monday night game. And, of course, they did. I get it, but I like it done away. I like having another night of football ahead of me here.
Yeah, I do like having another game tonight, but I do remember how much I liked triple header. Ken's best of the weekend, the Bills offense. The worst was Alabama basketball. That's my worst too. Again, brief conversation with Barkley yesterday. I was like, dude, what? We talked about Auburn, obviously going to be number one today, most likely in the AP poll. But I was like, what's wrong with Alabama's defense, Charles? And he was adamant on the fact that with that style, when you're not hitting your three-point shots, it affects you mentally so bad that you cannot play good defense. And that's what has changed to me most with Alabama. Sure, the shots aren't falling, but they didn't fall last year all the time. Alabama's defense has sucked lately.
Well,
they're not a tough team right now. Their toughness is not good.
They are not. And I am going to take Paul's word for this. I haven't done the legwork myself, but he's a big Bama basketball fan. He tweeted us over the weekend and said, last year, Alabama did not lose a single game where they scored 75 points. This year, they've lost 5. That's your defense.
Yep.
Defense rebounding. I mean, the offense is struggle, but they're not playing the same defense.
Yeah, what jumps out to me, defense is a factor, but the ability, they don't have shooters right now. And they've got nobody that has any confidence. And I just don't know if these guys are good shooters or not. But, I mean, what's disturbing, this is the first time in the Nate Oates era they've lost 3 consecutive games.
Yeah, and so they've lost 3 in a row. The Tennessee team they beat were without 2 of their better players. So at a little bit of a crossroad. Now, I'll remind people that, Auburn's Final Four team, what'd they finish in the league? Fifth in the league. So you don't have to be doing what Auburn is doing right now necessarily to have a deep run in March. You just have to have it fixed by the time you get to March. But this team's got to find its way at some point. And, coming up this week, they have an LSU team that is really good Wednesday at home, and then they play the Missouri team that they just simply struggle with. And that's a bad loss that they lost at Missouri a few weeks ago, a couple of weekends ago. And now they get them coming back after LSU this week. That losing streak could go to 4 before Missouri gets here. That LSU team matches up well with Alabama.
Yeah, look, Alabama will be a slight favorite, but back-to-back games now, Ellis, Shackelford, Quinterly just haven't hit shots, 10 of 31 on Saturday.
Yeah, can we come back to my worst to start the next hour? Because I just saw something that actually made my worst.
More best and worst of the weekend. We'll keep that rolling in our next segment. Also, Georgia celebrated their world championship over the weekend. We'll talk about that and get into some college football with you guys. Part of the show being brought to you by Rockstars guy, Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre, who is a third-generation realtor. He was born here, raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can buy? If you're thinking of selling your house this spring, you need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jeff B., there's no Herb Jones anymore. That is obvious right there. We'll talk more Bama basketball, and the worst of the weekend continues next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at the Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com, Brownie.
Family owned and operated by our guys, Rodney and Nick Johnston. Great guys, by the way. Top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state. 2 great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and 334 in Decatur. Financing is available, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Auburn beats Ole Miss over the weekend. They'll be number 1 or number 2 when the AP poll comes out in about an hour. Alabama's lost 3 straight after losing to Mississippi State on Saturday. UAB beats Florida Atlantic. Jordan Walker and Quan Jackson with big games for Andy's team there. Alabama losing John Mechie after we left the show on Friday to the NFL. Chris Allen, Jalen Armour Davis, and Auburn losing Chandler Wooten to the NFL. The NFL draft deadline is today. A lot of people have left. We'll talk more about that coming up. Paul Tyson to Arizona State. Jaleel Billingsley to Texas. Drew Sanders to Arkansas. Arkansas also gets LSU DB Dwight McLaughlin, big-time player there. And Oregon DB DJ James picks Auburn as they continue that player to be named later for the Bo Nix trade. And earlier today, Florida gets Osiris Torrance, who was the most sought-after offensive lineman in the portal. He goes and follows the Florida Gators and Billy Napier from Louisiana Lafayette to now becoming a Gator. Those are your headlines. More NFL football happening tonight. Brown continues our best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. What was your worst of the weekend?
My worst, it randomly got worse because I just saw something on TV that made it worse. So my worst of the weekend is us continuing to have to labor through these good SEC basketball games with these guys banished to their living room doing the color and the play-by-play.
I tweeted about this.
Jimmy Dykes, if I understand right, LSU Arkansas couldn't even get on. Was it the game at Arkansas, right? Am I right about that? Did they play that game in Fayetteville? Jimmy Dykes lives up there. But anyway, he couldn't get on the game, so I think Ravitch had to carry a lot of it by himself. We'll have Dane Bradshaw on later, and we're not going to talk to Dane about this, obviously. We'll talk to him about the game, but he was doing the Auburn Ole Miss game from his living room. And then so it's bad enough, right? And this started as quote-unquote safety protocols. They were limited as to who they could send. And now it's just ESPN being cheap. And it's an insult to us as the viewer, and it's an insult to the Southeastern Conference and these programs that you're going so cheap and unprofessional to make these guys do the game from their living rooms.
Yeah.
It looks awful. I can't believe ESPN has lowered themselves to this level that they're willing to do this.
Yeah, and listen, I have a lot of friends who work at ESPN and all the offices that provide all of this. But here's a dirty little secret. All right, dirty little secret for you.
Who did that song? Dirty Little Secret.
I don't know.
Name of the war.
I think it was All American Rejects.
Oh yeah, it was All American Rejects.
So dirty little secret here is that a lot of the schools in the SEC are providing the technical crews and the camera crews, and they're doing great. They do a great job, but they're students. And who gets paid less than the people who used to roll in and run the cameras and the crews and all that? The students do.
Yeah.
So we're worried about name, image, and likeness and the players making some money and all of that. Well, now all of a sudden you've got, we'll say Robert, who has been a camera guy doing ESPN and Jefferson Pilot and all those games for years and years, and he's a professional. He's got many, many games under his belt, and he makes X amount of dollars. Well, now I can go pay, Joe Sr. or Joe Jr. at Alabama or Mississippi State to run the camera and pay him a lot less money.
But
meanwhile, ESPN still charging
same amount.
direct TV, and which trickles down to us the same amount of money to watch a lesser product on television.
Not fair to the consumer. The old adage, you get what you pay for.
That's right. Now,
and this is the first. I said this on the air arguing with somebody the other night on Twitter. I said this is the first generation where the broadcast has gotten worse. When Roone Arledge took over ABC covering college football in 1960, it has gotten better and better and better and better and better and better all the way until now.
Yep.
Like, how much does Chris Fowler love tennis?
A lot.
He's doing the Australian Open from Bristol.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Now,
And
that's got a lot to do, I think, though, with the Australian government.
It
If you
is.
see with the Djokovic situation.
It is. But you telling me Chris Fowler and his crew, the people, they don't have enough people that are fully vaccinated that would want to go down there?
I don't know. I don't know about that whole situation.
Well,
I just know, obviously, it is really, really tricky with Djokovic.
And I'll tell you that if I'm Fowler, I don't want to go to Australia right now.
He warned me on his Instagram story last night. He said, listen, if you want as much tennis coverage as you're used to getting, I would tell you to subscribe to ESPN Plus today. And that basically is all he's going to say about it, which tells me they've dialed back their tennis coverage of the Australian Open a little bit. For probably because of hockey.
But here's why, maybe so.
Because they picked up the hockey contract, and as they put more hockey games on, that's less tennis that's going to be on.
You're right about him probably not wanting to go to Australia right now, but I bet that trip to Australia is incredible after his long football season. Normally,
and
in normal
he
situation,
looks forward to it.
He spends like 2 weeks down there.
And it's in the summer.
It's summertime, right?
That's
It's the middle of summer down there. Yeah.
So what made this worse for me, though? I was already going to mention this as my worst of the weekend. What is on the bottom right here? We always keep the SEC network on.
Gymnastics.
It's gymnastics. I believe Auburn is involved in this. It's Auburn and Arkansas.
Actually, Auburn in Fayetteville against Arkansas.
That's right. This is from, Auburn is right there on the graphic, Ryan, if you would just look. That's from Friday night, I think, or Saturday night.
Friday night.
Do you know what I noticed in this earlier?
The announcers are there.
They're there.
Yep.
How can you justify? And women's gymnastics is fantastic. All right, that's great. SEC does it at an elite level. I doubt it makes a dime for the schools. I bet it's a money-losing proposition for the schools. Whereas basketball makes money for the schools. How can you justify having a live crew at a gymnastics meet?
And by the way,
and
the
not
crowd
at an SEC basketball game.
It's completely packed.
Oh, it's packed.
And the crowd's on top of the announcers there.
Yeah, I mean, how can you do? Yeah, it's no longer about safety. You can't say this is about safety. This is about ESPN. They did it a year for safety, and they're like, my gosh, look how much money we saved, and we're not getting a ton of pushback from this. Let's keep it going. And I would have thought that the Greg Sankeys of the world had more say-so in this and would have been like, no, sir, you're going to be in our arenas. But I don't know how all this is going down.
Well, you got friends at the SEC office. Have they, are they going to be upset us bringing it up here? Or
I don't care. I don't know. I don't know.
I know
if they
you don't
will
care. I'm just
Oh.
asking you, are they going to be
I don't
upset
know.
about it? Obviously, if you cared, you wouldn't have brought it up.
Probably not.
Yeah. Do you think they're okay with this?
No, I think they want them in the arenas because they know it hurts the product.
It does. It does. It makes me not want to watch. I'm trying to watch the Alabama-Mississippi State game, and the volume. I mean, the crowd there in Starkville. I mean, it was a great crowd.
Yeah,
it was a great crowd, and they have to have the volume at we'll say 4 for the crowd noise, so that you can have the 2 announcers from the living room do their broadcast, and there's no enthusiasm at all. Zero enthusiasm at all.
Yeah, and Jay's trying to make a point here. He's incorrect. He said they get like 10,000 in the stands at these gymnastics events, and they do. I don't know what the tickets go for. It's not about attendance. It's about the amount of money ESPN pays to show them. They don't pay a ton of money to show this. They pay a lot of money to show basketball and football. Those are the money-making sports, and it's just amazing to me that non-revenue sports like women's gymnastics gets a live announce crew, and legitimate Arkansas LSU's a good SEC basketball game. And you can't even get an announcer on the game because he's having to do it from his house and his Wi-Fi's down.
And again, I'm okay with students doing the game.
Sure,
that's
fine.
That's how I got started. Was getting an opportunity to pull cable or to do this or that. That is absolutely fine. But if you're saving money there, let's get the announcers in the arena, man.
Yeah.
If Tom Hart and the guys have to, put up with an occasional bad camera or bad audio, let's at least have them there in the arena.
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my worst of the week.
That's Brown's worst of the weekend. Did you have a good one? Did you have a good, nice
I
of the
really
weekend?
did not.
Best
No,
of
I
the
had a
weekend?
fantastic weekend. I just didn't, there's nothing that jumps out. I could just be generic and say, oh, we had 2 good NFL playoff games, which we did.
Well, you were in Nashville over the
I
weekend.
was in Nashville. My wife and I, that's the 3rd night I have spent in Nashville. What is it, the 17th? And I've now slept 3 nights in Nashville, which was completely random, but my wife and I went there. You know where I stayed? It's the first time I stayed in that JW Marriott that they built right there by Bridgestone Arena. That's an incredible hotel. And can you guys visualize that building?
Yeah.
You know how it's got like way up high that weird looking part? That's the restaurant. The view you get from Nashville in that restaurant is incredible.
Did you end up eating in the restaurant or just
Did
going up
not.
there?
We just went up there to see the view. We were going to have a drink, but it was packed, so we just went back to our room. No, I did a different restaurant that was really good. Our buddy Withrow from Outkick 360 suggested a restaurant that was fantastic. But boy, man, that is a cool hotel. Cool hotel.
All right. Best and worst of the weekend continues on. Also part of the show being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Precision Sports as we move towards the NFL playoffs, wrapping up wild card weekend tonight with the Cardinals and Rams. Keep in mind, 49ers play Packers next week, and there will be Nick Bosa watch going on. Had a head injury, left the game in the win over the Cowboys. What his status will be as they play the Packers will be determined as the week progresses. Also, Fred Warner, big linebacker for the 49ers, banged up as well. Those two, keep an eye on them. Also keep an eye on the offensive lineman, Tristan Wirfs for the Buccaneers. Had not missed a snap of his pro career until yesterday. He got rolled up on. He'll be questionable as they play the winner of the Cardinals and Rams tonight. That's a Precision Sports injury update.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Rookville Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
All right. Back to these transfers, the portal that has been wide open. And I told you some of them in the headline. The one that has drawn a lot of attention and differing opinions about how important it is Jaleel Billingsley going to Texas. Not surprised here, that he goes and wants to be with Sark, because when he became a name, when people started to recognize Jaleel Billingsley's talents, who was calling plays? It was Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah,
So-
his sophomore year.
He got the best out of it.
This makes the most sense. And Jeff Banks, also on that staff, was his position coach.
Had him returning kicks out of the end zone too, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I think there's familiarity. There's a comfort level. So this makes the most sense for Billingsley.
As an Alabama fan, though, I think Bama fans were ready to see this guy leave Now that he shows up at a program with the reputation of Texas, do you have second thoughts as an Alabama fan? What did we just lose?
No, because he had, for whatever reason, checked out. At least that's the way it looked. So, if you're an Alabama fan, I think there's some sour grapes there. I mean, we even had a former Bama player on saying there's one guy that I'm not going to name. Good riddance, basically. But,
glad I never have to watch him wear the crimson again, were the words.
Look,
yes.
It didn't look like there was a lot of effort, and everybody talks about that one block. I think it was the entirety of the season. I mean, this is a guy that just didn't show up. He had completely checked out, and if he can reinvent himself in Austin, good for him. And, this is still a young kid that, he made the decision to go back to a familiar face and Sarkisian, and I've got a feeling that Jaleel Billingsley will probably have an impact with that team next year.
The other one that left was Drew Sanders, and this is a 5-star linebacker who is out the door now to Arkansas, who added a big DB from LSU. They've added 4 defensive players that are either 4 or 5 stars. Now he leaves as we get news that Chris Allen is coming out, going to the NFL. As he penned a post last night that he was on his way to the National Football League. We're waiting to hear about Christian Harris. I don't think he's officially said he's going to the NFL, but the expectation is he's going to the NFL. So when Drew Sanders made that decision to hit the portal, I think our belief was, man, that linebacking room is so deep. I don't blame Drew Sanders for leaving. Not going to be felt much by Alabama. Now, do you feel a little different about Drew Sanders going with Chris Allen going to the NFL?
Well, I mean, it hurts you in depth because he was going to be a backup. He is not playing in front of Will Anderson or Dallas Turner, period, end of sentence.
Yeah, and you got Toa in the middle.
Now, you obviously got to replace Christian Harris. Drew Sanders wasn't going to do that. But he was not playing in front of either one of those guys. So, I mean, it hurts you in depth. I mean, he may go start at Arkansas. I don't know their depth chart, but I think Drew Sanders is a really good player. I just think when you got to see Dallas Turner, Drew Sanders is not getting on the field in front of any of the. In fact, Alabama has got maybe the 2 best pass rushers in the Southeastern Conference next year. They've got the best one in the nation, I know. I don't know if you saw this earlier this week. I think it was our guy, Mike Lombardi, said he was asking around, and you're going to have to help me with the other guy, the Hutchinson guy out of Michigan, and there's one more pass rusher that's in the draft that everybody's talking about who goes first. And he asked around a bunch of scouts, and he said, the answer I got back the most was, we don't know. All we can watch is number 31 at Alabama.
Right.
Who's not even drafted.
Was it not Thibodeau?
Was it not Thibodeau?
I don't think it was Thibodeau. It was somebody else. Anyway, that's irrelevant. But that was the response from the NFL is, all we're concentrating on is 31 at Alabama. So he's the best pass rusher in the nation. Dallas Turner, from start to finish of the year, one of the most improved players in all of college football.
Yeah, look,
so Sanders wasn't playing in front of those 2 guys.
But I think it's a good landing spot for Drew Sanders. I mean, Bumper Poole is going to be back. Grant Morgan and Hayden Henry, they're gone now. And Barry Odom's done a really good job of that defense. And those linebackers, every one of them seems to have 100-plus tackles.
The guys at Alabama are getting back. Emil Ekiyor is coming back. Toa, as I mentioned. Jordan Battle coming back.
That's big.
That was a big get.
Yeah,
DJ Dale coming back. DeMarco Helms coming back.
I thought Jordan Battle was really good for Alabama at the end of the season. Underrated play by him was actually, everybody focuses on Tank Bigsby going out of bounds in the Iron Bowl. Jordan Battle drug him out of bounds. That was a great play by Jordan Battle. He had the pick 6 and dropped another pick 6 against Georgia. I thought down the stretch, Jordan Battle was really good for Alabama. I have the coach's film, don't know his grades. But my naked eye, I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah. So the portal, given and taking away for some places, the NFL deadline is today. One note, and I get asked this a lot. You have 72 hours. You have until Friday. The deadline's today to enter if you're an underclassman, but you can pull yourself out until Friday. So you've got 72 hours to change your mind. So we'll just use John Mechie as an example. So Mechie's in. He's in there. The deadline's today. So when the deadline hits, there's a 72-hour window. And if you're in, you've changed your mind, you've gotten some different feedback, you feel bad about your decision, you can pull your name back out of the NFL draft up until Friday. So a 72-hour window to once you've declared, you've got a little window here to come back.
Boy, this is tough, man. I'm indecisive on dinner.
Yes.
And to make the decision whether you're going to come back for another year or whether you want to go on and pursue your dream in the NFL.
Or go to a different school and keep playing in college.
It's really tough.
Well, see, that's when I don't know how you guys are, but when I'm playing EA Sports college football, I do these dynasties, but I have a hard time staying at one school 2 years in a row. Like I get tired, you play 11 games in a bowl game with the same team.
So if you were a 5-star, you'd be hell, right? You'd be jumping around.
I would
nonstop.
jump around as much as they would let me. I like the different sceneries, the different schedule, the different games, and I'll do that in EA Sports. Like I'll play one season, and instead of sitting there playing a second season, a lot of times I'm like, I'm gonna hit the coaching carousel and see what job's out there. Oh, I'll take the LSU.
Is it
job.
always an upgrade?
No.
Yeah.
If you're in too quick, you have to take a lesser job.
Ooh.
Hey, can I bring up Paul Tyson, though? I thought that was so strange he goes to Arizona State.
Why? He's a 4-star recruit. You thought that was too good of a school for him?
No. Here's my point on that. Look, I think one of the more underachieving quarterbacks this year was Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
But I still think Jaden Daniels, who's not going to the NFL, is going to be your starting quarterback. So Paul Tyson, to me, is as average as Jaden was, is not going to beat Jaden Daniels out next year. So you're going to be sitting behind Jaden Daniels.
But if you're number 2 and then the following year you have a chance to play, he's got 3 years of eligibility left.
I get that, but Jaden technically has got 2 more if he wants them. Jaden seems like a guy, if he has a good year this year, is going to bolt to the NFL. But Paul was technically going to be the 2 at Alabama this year too, right?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Now with 5-star Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe.
And that might have been part of it, is he might have scanned the room and thought, I don't even know if I'm the number 2. I think I can be the number 2 at Arizona State. I'm going to broad brush here. Arizona State, for a good-looking, how old is Paul? 18, 19-year-old. Seems like it would be a fun place to be in school.
20-year-old.
No doubt.
20-year-old, however old he is.
Pac-12, better education.
That's right. He's going to get a world-class education at Arizona State.
Yeah, he went out west.
Yeah.
But he's got his Alabama degree with him, so he's on his way out there. That's another question. I'd love for you to find this out for me, too.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm a grad transfer, does that count once as my free transfer?
Don't know. Are they still, do they still get the extra one?
Like Bo Nix was adamant that he was a grad transfer going to Oregon. Like, does he still get his free transfer?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't think so.
Can you figure that out?
But I think more it's, hey, look, I did what I came to Auburn to accomplish. I got my degree here, and now it's time for me to move on.
If you remember, the grad transfer started, and I think they relaxed this, but it started, you had to find a graduate program at the other school that your school didn't offer.
Because wasn't Jeremiah Masoli, when he came from Oregon, he was like in forestry or something.
Yeah, I mean, you had to find something. My school doesn't offer this grad program, but Ole Miss does. So I'm going to go.
I think Ole Miss almost created that. Like, we've got a closet we're going to clean out. And we're going to say, hey,
this is our forestry department.
I know you're a professor of North American Indians, but what we're going to do is you're also going to be a forestry director.
Yeah, so I mean, like you had to say, I'm going to get my graduate degree in religious studies.
That's right.
But your bachelor's degree is in economics. Well,
Well, that's how the kid made it from Oregon to Ole Miss, remember? He couldn't. The only place he could find his graduate degree was at Ole Miss.
Masoli.
They didn't offer it at Oregon.
Yeah.
That's what you guys were talking about. Yeah. All right, that's the conversation about Paul Tyson, among the others. Auburn losing Chandler Wooten, too. That was a guy I thought had decided he was coming back, and now he's off to the NFL.
A little surprising there, yeah. With because they had so many defensive guys that were coming back.
Yeah. So portal, it's crazy, and the deadline's wrapping up here. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu. Dane Bradshaw back on basketball at the top of the hour and what he sees in Auburn, whether he thinks they're number 1 or number 2 in the country. But up next, we want to talk about Georgia's championship celebration, and they won a national championship. The next first team to make it to a playoff, LT threw this out for us on Friday, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it. So Michigan and Cincinnati rung the bell as first-time playoff teams. Who's in line to do that next and maybe rise up to where Georgia celebrated over the weekend and win a national championship? That conversation is coming up after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's. Good for a gift anytime. It's the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Dane Bradshaw coming up at the top of the hour. Jim Nagy in the final hour. Already Joel Klatt on the show from Fox Sports. You can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Mason says it's Colby Wooden who said he was coming back, not Chandler Wooten, Colby's brother Caleb, also on the roster. I thought Wooden and Wooten both had said they were coming back, but I was wrong, Mason. Glad that one's coming back and the other one's off to the NFL. He'll be a good one there. I saw what Roger McCrary, the Auburn DB projected in the first round, is the third best graded, according to Pro Football Focus, DB in the SEC since 2019. He is only exceeded by Stingley and Surtain.
Wow. I thought he had a good year, and he and Mechie went head-to-head a lot in the Iron Bowl. That was a heck of a matchup.
I've seen some projections top 10 for McCreary.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I saw a stat. I'm not going to get this 100% right, but I think it was any pass more than 20 yards downfield against him, only 2 were completed, I think, in his career on him. So it's pretty good if you're going to play in the NFL, right? You're a tough guy to beat deep.
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life. They bring us Rockstar's viewing menu every day.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call them today for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can always go online to view that incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
On Netflix, they released a new show called Article 81. Has anybody heard or seen about this? I got an email about it saying this might interest you. I've never gotten an email from Netflix, so I looked at the trailer. We watched the first episode last night. An archivist takes a job restoring damaged videotapes and gets pulled into the vortex of a mystery involving the missing director and, of course, a demonic cult.
Of course.
So it's fiction.
Yeah, a little bit. But it's interesting. The first episode, as they said, it's a slow burn. I think it's 8 episodes. It's called Archive 81. And then
what would you think, though?
It's real slow. It's interesting. They said, we have these damaged videotapes. A guy hires him, we're going to give you $100,000. He works for a museum, an audio museum in New York. And he said, we'll offer you $100,000 we have 8 burned videotapes that we need to restore. But you have to restore it in the Catskills. We have a little place for you to do. They're so valuable, you can't take them with you. Bless you.
That was quite the sneeze.
Yeah, he restores these audio, and he sees the director go, and then it shows it's kind of like the found footage thing, but the cool thing is it's not just found footage, but it just goes back. It shows a girl with a videotape, holding a video recorder saying, I'm going to this building. This is a mysterious building. Then it turns the camera where it shows actually as it's happening, so it's not like found footage. I like that, where it's not like all shaky camera. But, we'll probably give it another episode or two.
I'll give it a shot.
And for Lance, just in case tonight ends bad or good, I got a good one for you tonight. Your nightcap. Late show with Stephen Colbert at 10:35. Musical guest, the man, the legend, Sam Hunt.
Oh, LT.
So there's your nightcap.
Like a back row.
Did anybody come across him in Indy when we were up there?
Sam Hunt.
I did not. He was playing on the big screen when Brown and I were recording a couple of videos.
Okay.
They were pumping it in.
So he was in the building when we were there. Or was he outside?
No, could you feel energy?
He was outside on the square a couple hours before the gates opened.
Okay, where Doja Cat was.
Yeah, Doja the Cat, as
Doja the cat.
Uber driver called her. I did that for the first time ever. I DVR'd 60 Minutes. Growing up,
officially gotten old.
I have. Yes.
I didn't watch it this weekend. Maggie was out of town.
I got hooked in by growing up. I don't know if you guys like The Diary of Anne Frank. Growing up, I loved that book when I was a kid in high school. I always liked the World War II stuff.
What pulled you in is who actually flipped on
That's
him.
right. Did you not see that tease during the 49ers Cowboys game?
And I actually wanted to see it, but I saw the tease one time and I forgot about it.
Well, I saw the tease and I'm like, I'm interested in that, but I know I'm not going to stick around after the game and watch it, so I DVR'd it.
Who flipped?
Well, I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it today after the show, but that was the tease, is who do they think flipped on the Frank family? I mean, it looked fascinating.
Boy,
because
that'd have been tough to sleep.
Oh, boy. Selling them out. And they had a good run.
They did.
They had a good run in that joint.
Small spot.
Yep.
All right. Now the topic that LT wanted to bring up on Friday that we saved for today to get Brown back into the conversation is every year we're faced with new teams trying to make it to the college football playoffs for the first time. Last year we had 2 in Michigan and Cincinnati who rang the bell and got there. So if I said to you, give me 1, 2, or 3, a couple of names here that you think are poised to be that next team to break the ceiling and finally get into the college football playoff for the first time. LT, start us off with 1.
Well, I'll give you, I'll just go 1 this year. I do think Utah, with what they've got coming back, 17 returning starters, the momentum they had at the end of the season, once Cam Rising took over the quarterback position, Kyle Winningham has done He's done an A job there. Say what you want. That's a difficult program, but they're in a conference now, the Pac-12. They're starving to get back to a college football playoff. They've only been there twice, once with Oregon, once with Washington. If they were to go 11-1, I think they would give them one pass, one loss in the regular season, winning that conference championship. I think they could get there, and I think they've got enough talent to do so next year.
We'll come up with a list here and put it into a poll question.
Yeah.
Utah is on the list right now. Can you bump them out of the top 4?
I can stay in that conference and say what you want about Lincoln Riley and the USC job. Lincoln Riley knows his way to the playoffs.
Yep.
Guy did it time and time again at Oklahoma. I will always say about Lincoln Riley, I don't believe he is a complete football coach. I believe he's a really, really good offensive coach. But he's never had the dedication to defense that it requires to win a national championship. And his teams at Oklahoma progressively got worse in the playoffs. They almost beat Georgia. They got blown out pretty good by Alabama. They got destroyed by LSU in the playoffs. So if he had stayed at Oklahoma, he was going to have to figure out an answer to that question. But I do think at USC, he can get them to the playoffs. I think Lincoln Riley will have USC in the playoffs.
If I had to go 4, USC is definitely one of mine as well.
Utah is a better program right now, and Kyle Whittingham is an excellent football coach. I feel like I'd go USC actually in front of Utah. Though I agree with Lance. I think Utah's got the team that could do it next year.
Could do it 1 year, but USC.
Long term, I'm going to buy USC before I buy Utah.
I mean, Mario Williams was a good get over the weekend. The Oklahoma wide receiver
doubt.
picking him up, and you just assume Caleb Williams is going to be there too, and those two are going to stick together.
I mean, with Jackson Dart bolting and him getting Mario Williams, it does feel like Caleb Williams will be there. I don't know what the delay is about.
I mean, Texas A&M is number 1 in recruiting this past year, right? It's in the SEC, so it's hard to get there. It's in the SEC.
Although there are times where 2 make it in.
But if I just go by recruiting rankings, right? Texas A&M is 1. Alabama's been in. Georgia's been in. Ohio State's been in. Texas hasn't. Penn State hasn't. Notre Dame has been in. North Carolina hasn't. Michigan has been in. Oklahoma has been in. Then you're down to Missouri, Kentucky. Florida State's been in. Tennessee hasn't. Stanford. Auburn hasn't been into the playoffs yet. Michigan State has. Indiana hasn't. LSU has. Arizona has. That's the top 20. So there's a lot of – I mean, we're getting to the point where there's a lot – we're getting to the point there's a lot of name brands who have been in there, and then you get to a lot of mediocre programs or SEC teams. You either have to choose another SEC team or you get to some pretty average programs pretty quick.
Well, I know you probably would go Texas A&M because although they've got this gauntlet of the SEC and more specifically the SEC West, they beat Alabama last year. They're catching LSU this year in a rebuild. Ole Miss probably in a rebuild, although they're trying to get Jackson Dart shooting around Oxford and Aston Martin.
Yeah, and their tight end who's traveling with him. So
it's pretty amazing. The other team that I was going to say, even in front of Utah, I've just got a feeling this is going to be a really special year for Utah. I think Wisconsin has been on the brink. And Graham Mertz is coming back for year 4. Braylon Allen, if you didn't watch him as a true freshman running back, he is going to be in that long line of great Wisconsin running backs. So I think offensively, they're going to be fine. Jim Leonard has got one of the best defenses in college football. So they've got a lot coming back.
See, I give you Wisconsin, I give you Penn State. But when you throw away Texas A&M because they're in the SEC, to me, Texas A&M and Auburn are 2 SEC teams in that you've got to look at, and soon to be Tennessee, before you get to some of these other mediocre programs.
Yeah, but I'm shooting for it this year. Like we had 3 new teams, actually 2 new teams get into the college football playoff this year. So I'm looking for 2022.
Yeah. It feels like Paul Chris has that puzzling loss every year that cost him something like this. Like every year they've got a loss and you're just like, well, where did that come from? I think we have ignored the Big 12 here at our own peril because keep in mind, if you want to flash forward, I don't know how far we got to flash forward, Texas and Oklahoma will be departing that conference. And that is going to leave a power void in that conference for a Baylor or an Oklahoma State or someone like that to fill.
Cincinnati, who was in the playoffs.
Cincinnati, who was already in,
yeah.
UCF. But that conference has a seat at the table, so somebody's going to win that conference. And if they can win it at 12-0 or in the right scenario at 11-1, they can get in this thing. So is Oklahoma State that bad? A suggestion? I mean, Oklahoma State has been
a foot away.
Yeah, I mean, they have been in the college national championship playoff discussion.
And
before.
I've got a feeling they're going to be a preseason top 10 team.
Yeah.
Paul beat you to the punch, Brown. He says Baylor or Oklahoma State just because of, Baylor, has been there now on the doorstep with two different coaches. They were there with Art Briles.
Yep.
And should have been in probably. Or
Three
could have
different
been
coaches.
in. Well,
I mean, Aranda was kind of in the mix this year.
Aranda was, but Rule wasn't. I mean, as far as getting to the playoffs, Aranda was.
No, Rule was 2 years ago. That's when Rule took the Carolina job. Remember, they played Oklahoma.
Winner would have been in the playoffs?
Oh, yeah, they were in the playoffs.
Okay.
They were a possession away.
I didn't think Baylor would have made the playoffs that year.
Yeah, they would have made the playoffs.
So then with three different coaches, I was skipping over Rule. I didn't think that win would have gotten them in, but you have a better memory than me. So Baylor has been there with three different coaches. Oklahoma State, it wasn't a playoff year in 2011. It was a BCS year, but they would have been in the playoffs.
They would have been in the playoffs. You had it in 2011, yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, now, again, you mentioned all those teams. Texas and Oklahoma are still there, but I don't know how scared of Texas and Oklahoma the rest of the Big 12 is this year. With Venable's first season at Oklahoma, with Texas being very average in year one under Steve Sarkisian, it could be like those teams are already out of the conference.
What's funny is to watch Oklahoma fans react to how all these players have left Oklahoma to go to USC. And it's funny how you don't really, you only see it from your, in this case, crimson and cream glasses. If you're an Oklahoma fan, that you're griping about transfer portals and your guys following coaches and what USC is getting by stealing away from Oklahoma for USC. I mean, my goodness, your best quarterbacks in your program history all were transfers. I mean, Baker Mayfield,
That's a great point.
Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, they were all transfer guys. And nobody at Oklahoma bitched last year when they stole three guys from Tennessee when the Volunteers went through a coaching change and three all-SEC-type guys went to Oklahoma. Those Sooner people were loving the transfer portal then. Now they're following Lincoln Riley to USC, and you have a bunch of people wringing their hands and clutching their pearls because it just doesn't seem right that a coach should be able to rate a roster. Well, hello. You guys have been doing it for a decade.
Yeah, it's the reason you've been in the playoffs. Yeah.
I mean, come on, Oklahoma.
That's
fans.
a great point, Jeff.
Yeah, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Dane Bradshaw coming up at the top of the hour. We'll hear from Bruce Pearl in our next segment. Tell us about our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, if you're in need of some quick cash to keep those New Year's resolutions afloat, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With the cash out refinance, you can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity, whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe. You can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
I know many of you are still very fond of Gus Malzahn and his wife, Christy. Christy is hospitalized. An update from Gus Malzahn sent out from the UCF Twitter account earlier. She's in the hospital battling an infection. Gus is thanking everybody for their thoughts and prayers as she tries to recover from that. And we'll pass along our thoughts and prayers to her as well as we move on with the show today. So hopefully Christy's out very good. Hey, good. I mean, UCF continues to win at this portal thing right now. They got the big tight end from Florida. It's going there, and every time I turn around, UCF's picking up a portal. That's a liked destination by some guys who are leaving even Florida schools.
That's going to put more expectations on Gus. I thought it was going to be a really, really good team last year in the American, and they lost 4 games. I just don't have confidence in Gus Malzahn. I think he's a very average coach.
Yeah, I don't. I think he could probably get 9 or 10 wins in a given season there in Central Florida. I don't think he's ever going to take them to the playoffs or anything like that.
Kenmore Gamble is the kid I was thinking about.
But he has done well in the portal. You're right. I don't know if that has anything to do with – I think that's a pretty high-profile Group of 5 program. I don't know if, that's a fun campus or living in Orlando is appealing to a 20-year-old.
Seems like it would be a city campus, and you guys have been to Orlando. We did the Disney thing a few times. The traffic is awful in Orlando.
Yeah, well, this is outside of town.
I've never seen the campus. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I've never been. It just seems like it would be a city campus to me.
Some of you who may have been there, I think Lunsford's been there. It seems like it's about 20 minutes from downtown.
Oh, is it?
In my opinion, but I may be wrong. Downtown may have built up out that direction since then. Hey, Rockstar, give me cut one again. Let's go back to Bruce Pearl. Talking about Auburn being number 1, the challenges, but also the rewards of possibly being the number 1 team. Top of the hour is when the new AP basketball poll comes out. Here's Bruce Pearl after the win over Ole Miss Saturday and what number 1 would mean to him at this moment of the season for his Auburn program.
We've been managing the target a little bit for the last week or so because we've kind of put ourselves in a position all of a sudden where we started, climbing the rankings a little bit. And so we had to deal with it tonight. Look, we're going to get beat. And when we get beat, it's not because we rested on our laurels or we started to pay too attention to what the media is. If we got beat tonight, Ole Miss would have beaten us. And they were good enough to beat us. They made good enough plays to beat us. They outplayed us for the, first, 18 minutes, 17 minutes of that game. But at the same time, it is historic. And it does matter. And it does mean something. That'll be a proud moment for Auburn, period. Our university and our athletic department. Now, I understand that it, doesn't mean much right now, but it still makes a very strong statement.
Bruce Pearl there. It doesn't mean much right now, but being a number 1 seed when you get to March Madness means everything.
Everything. They've won 13 straight. And Brown, when I start to look at the schedule, if they get by Kentucky, and again, that game's going to be at home, Auburn's going to be a slight favorite in that game, man, it opens up, and I don't know when they lose. Yeah. I really don't. I mean, they're going to go on a run. I mean, again, anything can happen. They were down 14 to Ole Miss as a pretty heavy favorite in that game. So, look, there can be one of these games they trip up, but they're going to be favored in a ton of games down the stretch.
I feel like if they seeded the tournament today, Gonzaga and Baylor would be ones.
And Auburn would be ones.
I mean, I think they would be
Auburn's
in that.
one.
Yeah, I think they would definitely be in that discussion. Yeah,
I
think Baylor and Gonzaga are givens.
I've looked at, they're one seeds.
Yeah, I think Baylor and Gonzaga would be givens right now. I think Auburn would certainly. I would have them as a one.
Yeah, they're a given right now. Lenardi has them number 1 in the bracketology. They may be number 1
overall number 1, or just a 1 seed.
I think he may have had them number 1 overall.
Yeah. Gonzaga is still number 1 in the net in the Ken Palm, which all these basketball people put a ton in that Ken Palm, and they're number 1 there. So, I don't know who would be the overall number 1. It doesn't really matter because we're mid-January, and that doesn't matter until March. But it shows you where Auburn has put themselves right now. They got to close the deal. And it starts Saturday. They'll kill Georgia. Georgia's awful. It starts Saturday.
I think they end up 27-4, 28-3, that type of regular season record.
Easy.
And I think they're a 1 seed. And I don't think it matters what happens once they get to the tournament.
Yeah, and again, to me, it's 1 or 2. That doesn't matter, really. 1 seed, 2 seed, it's virtually the same.
I think the only thing the bracketologist said in the past was, some 15s have beaten 2s. Yeah, about every 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a good 2, you don't lose to 15.
You're right.
Well, I mean, again,
it really doesn't matter.
When Auburn went to the Final Four, their closest game until they lost to Virginia was the 5-12 matchup in the first round.
Yeah, I think it's a recruiting tool too, though. I mean, there's something cool about being the 1 seed, controlling your region.
We did lose Joe B. Hall over the weekend since our last show, the legendary Kentucky coach.
Good run for him, though.
Who played for Adolph Rupp in the 40s, and then came back and coached with him. I didn't know that he was the head coach at Kentucky as long as he was, from 1972 to 85. I only remember him at the end of his coaching time in Lexington, but he was there as the head coach from 72 to 85. He was the guy coaching the 78 national championship team, which is one of the first Sports Illustrated I got at the house, was Kentucky laying it in, winning the national championship. I used to love the Sports Illustrated covers, and that's one that sticks out in my mind.
You worked up there when Joe B. Hall was still around. He replaced Adolph Rupp, which was an impossible job. Even though he played for a year for him and then was a long-time assistant for him, that was never going to be an easy job for anybody.
That's right. He was the Ray Perkins of basketball, but did a more successful job and stayed there longer.
But was never really fully accepted because of that, right? Because he was the guy after Adolph Rupp? But he was well liked, I think.
Oh, he's beloved, and started doing
good personality, right? Funny guy,
just really a Southern gentleman, I guess is the way you would describe him. Very quiet, nothing like, of what the '80s SEC coaches were, with Wimp and Dale Brown and Sonny and those type coaches.
Oh, see, I thought he had the Joe B. Hall show.
He did with Denny Crump.
He did. They did. They did a radio show, Joe B. and Denny. Yeah. And it was very good, but
it wasn't like Sonny and Wimp.
No, he doesn't have Wimp and Sonny's personality. Okay. Nowhere close. He was more of a grandfatherly type. But he had great success there. 3 Final Fours. We know how hard that is, and a 1978 national championship. How many has Calipari gotten them to?
Final Fours? 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
So I mean, imagine Calipari coaching from 72 to 85 and really not getting them into any more. I mean, 3 Final Fours at Kentucky leaves you wanting a little bit more. And I think that's what I always remember about Joe B. Hall when I was a kid was it always seemed like Kentucky fans wanted more, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't think he was doing enough there, and you're starting to hear that a little bit more.
I think only 3. Yeah, he made the Final Four his second year. The third year they won the national championship. And then he made the Final Four in 14-15. And other than that, he's made 3.
Yep.
Cal has.
Riley says Auburn, is that right? Auburn's never been number 1 in the AP poll. They got to number 1 with Chris Porter and the SI poll when Sports Illustrated released one.
That's weird. They've been
They
a
were
one seed.
1 seed, yeah.
But never been a number 1 team. That's why it would be so historic if they are able to get that spot today. And again,
I think they get it.
I would have them there, but I just warn everybody, the way voters work, it's going to be hard to jump Gonzaga.
Scream Rockstar over the weekend.
Don't really scream.
$30 million in domestic box office. It led the way this weekend. They count today because it's a holiday weekend with Martin Luther King Jr. Day. $35 million when the day is done. That's pretty successful for basically a reboot, right?
It is. It's but they have 4 Screams, and then this is, I don't know if this is an origin story. Lunsford saw it. He gave it a thumbs down. I have absolutely no interest in it.
Well, it was just such 25 years removed.
It was an iconic movie, though, I thought.
No, it was the way they did it.
It was a Wes Craven movie, but we lost Wes Craven years ago, so I don't know.
The thing I remember most from it is after it had been out for a little bit, people were buying the mask. Or was that in Scream 2 when they were buying the mask and running in the theater?
Mm-hmm.
And that became a really big issue nationally.
Did it overtake Spider-Man this week?
I think it was.
It was number 1 movie.
I think it was number 1.
Well, Spider-Man's maybe going to outdo it eventually in the long run.
You think in the long run they'll make more?
But how much did Spider-Man cost to make? Because I read with this cost like $23 million to make. So if they made 35 this...
that's why they did all those Paranormal Activities, because they said they're like $2 million to make, and they make $100 million.
And think about this, too. So the actors are a big cost, too. Obviously, special effects when you look at a movie like Spider-Man. But David Arquette and Neve Campbell probably cost pennies to bring them back. You know, Courtney Cox has still probably got all the money in the world, but she probably didn't cost a ton.
Yeah, so $23 million by a $35 million opening weekend. That's a pretty good,
return.
Good return on investment there for Scream. All right, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Oddities Tavern right there in Mountain Brook.
Hey, it's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up the incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years now. Stop in, enjoy the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, this hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They're bringing us lunch, guys, tomorrow. Don't bring your lunch tomorrow, Rockstar. We're getting Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Sterling and the crew bringing that up tomorrow here in studio. I've got to get into my swimwear, my beach bod. So I'm going to ask Sterling to bring me some grilled options. If anybody else would like a different thing in the recipe, let me know. I'll call in the order.
We'll do tamales.
Tamales for you?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll go grilled.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I don't think Scott and I's challenge starts today for the Way to Wellness, and of course you bring fried chicken.
Oh, so are y'all battling pounds to see who loses
I think
the most?
it's me, Brown, Scott, Lunsford, and Reed.
I'm not going to lose much. I just wanted the snacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I told him that
I'll take
up front.
Brown's place. I'll throw in some LBs for you guys. Champy's World Famous Chicken with some healthy grilled options as well, and those wonderful tamales. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Headlines right here brought to you by our friends at Nichols. That includes the new AP basketball poll is out. Gonzaga is number 1, as Brown projected. Auburn is number 2. What is surprising, though, Brown, is Auburn's got more first-place votes.
A significant amount more. In fact, Auburn has got 36. Gonzaga's got 25. There's a lot of people voted Auburn down like 3 and 4, which is weird to me.
Yep.
And that means they have not watched Auburn play this year.
I would say.
And that's your headlines brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Nichols Outfitters, right off exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. One of the best boat technical teams anywhere. Best gun firearm showroom in the state, Nichols Outfitters. Dane Bradshaw saw Auburn. We'll see if he thinks they're the number 1 team in the country. He had them in the Ole Miss game over the weekend. And Dane joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com Hotline. What's up, Dane? How are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. Did that look like the number one team in the country to you, the Auburn Tigers?
Well, yeah, in a sense, I think they've played better. But like any number one team that has a target on their back, they're going to get the other team's best shot to steal a line that Coach Calipari has used for many years about Kentucky. It's all of a sudden becoming relevant to Auburn. When they go on the road, it's the other team's Super Bowl. And that's what you're going to get. And I thought they found a way to make adjustments at halftime. Katie Johnson was huge right before the half to give them some momentum. And they beat a motivated Ole Miss team that was hungry and got a good quality SEC road win. And I think if they look like the number one team in the country, we might have to wait till Saturday, assuming they can get past Georgia in what will be could be the game of the year in the SEC with Kentucky coming to town.
They obviously play great defense. You saw that the final 21 minutes of that game, holding Ole Miss to 7 of 24. They've got a dominant player in Jabari. Walker Kessler's a dominant big. If there is a weakness right now with this Tigers team, what would you say it is?
Boy, that is tough to find. Because I love the ball pressure they have on the perimeter. They can defend you, and it's a lot easier if you're a great feisty guard on the perimeter and you like to apply ball pressure. You can do even more when you know that you have a back line that's going to make up for any mistakes. If you get beat off the bounce, you're not going to get taken out of the game for giving up 2 points, because most likely Kessler or Smith are going to come over to block the shot. And so it really is hard to find a real weakness on this team. And I enjoyed talking to Kermit Davis before the game. And this is a guy, the Ole Miss head coach. He's been coaching against Bruce Pearl since his Tennessee days, when Kermit was at Middle Tennessee. He said, look, this is the best team I've ever seen Bruce Pearl have. They run very similar stuff that they have before. And one thing I really like about them, too, is and having played for Bruce, a lot of times it was controlled chaos that we pressed. And in order to get stops, we had to get turnovers. This team doesn't rely on that. I mean, they can get traditional stops in the half court with the rim protection we talked about without just solely relying on forcing those turnovers. And so I think it's hard to find just a true weakness on the team right now. And I think that they're physical. They come to fight. They're hungry. And my concern would be, how do they handle success? But Bruce Pearl has pointed out, hey, I've got a hungry team. And a lot of these guys not only have not had great success before, but they've experienced failure and they've been humbled, or they hadn't been on this big of a platform, which makes them even less vulnerable to getting complacent, because they know what it's like when you aren't the top dog on campus.
Dane Bradshaw is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. And I wanted to ask you about, when we get to March in the tournament, the versatility of a team, the ability to win different ways. That seems to be something Auburn has to me. How important is that the matchups vary on a 6-game run for a national championship, to be able not to be a one-trick pony? That seems to be the biggest asset of this team. They can win in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I thought the road win at Alabama was a prime example of that. Walker Kessler has gotten into foul trouble at times this year, and what happens? Dylan Cardwell comes in and plays extremely well for him, including I think a career high 4 blocks, which also included what you could call sort of a game-saving block on a 3-point attempt by Alabama. And so to have that option, those options, whether it be foul trouble, injury, in today's world, contact tracing, whatever it might be to shrink your lineup, there's probably more variables now than there's ever been. Is a positive for this Auburn team, and that's by design, though. Bruce Pearl's not a guy that's sitting there dying to shrink his rotation to 7, 8 guys. When he came into the Tennessee job my junior year many years ago, and he has not shifted from this, he said, I don't want anybody on our team to be in the top 10 or 15 in minutes played in the SEC. We don't want to have anybody over 30 minutes a game. I want to stay fresh. I want to wear the opponent out. We want fatigue to be a factor. And so far, he's been able to do that. And I think there's a great mental approach to that. Now, does the other team get worn out? Maybe the opposing coach says, no, we were well-conditioned. That wasn't the case. But as a player on Auburn's team, and for Bruce Pearl, it's conditioned now in your mind, whether it's real or not. But you're thinking, we are the most well-conditioned team. We're going to beat them because we have more guys, and it gives you a little bit of a mental edge.
You can follow Dane on Twitter at Dane Bradshaw and see him on the SEC Network. As it pertains to Alabama, Dane, they are not shooting particularly well. They are not rebounding particularly well. They're not playing defense particularly well. On January 17th, which of those is the easiest for Nate Oates to correct?
I think Nate Oates, as much credit as he gets as a brilliant offensive mind, he's probably looking at the defensive film way more than he is the offense right now. And we saw that in his first year. They proved they could put up points, but they weren't defending. And so the whole offseason was talking about how can we be, a top 30 offense and defense efficiency type team the way he had at Buffalo. And it took a while, or it took a year for those guys to kind of get smacked around and realize, wait a minute, we can't just outscore people. And then the next year they become a really good defensive team. As they say, though, Herbert Jones, the SEC Defensive Player of the Year last year, isn't walking through that door. And the same way I talked about Auburn having those cleanup guys on the back line, Herbert Jones wasn't a 7-footer, but by God, he certainly played as big as one with the way he could come over, take charges, alter shots, get the blocks, and just make life easier for everybody on the defensive end. So they've got to guard the ball better. And so, a lot of their losses have been 1-2 possession games. And I do think you can look at those two things. One, their defense has to be better. That doesn't mean they're atrocious, but they've got to be better. And their three-point shooting, it doesn't sound like much, but they were shooting around 35% or so last year, whereas now they're around 32%. Now, that 3% might not seem like much, but one, maybe two more makes in a game, all of a sudden, maybe you've won 2 out of your last 3 instead of dropping 3 in a row. And so there's a mix of things. It's not just one. Do I think it's panic mode for your chances to win the SEC? Yeah, but is it panic mode on your entire season? I don't think so. I believe this Alabama team certainly can be in a Sweet 16 with a few adjustments and a couple improvements along the way.
Up until this point, more disappointing for you, Arkansas or Florida?
Oh, gosh, that's tough. I'd probably lean towards Arkansas, and maybe not all of that is their fault. I think they were still riding off of last year's perception and Coach Muss's quick success they've had. This was an Arkansas team that really hadn't beaten anybody, but they rose to number 10 in the country, similar to Florida, actually. Except Florida was coming off that Thanksgiving victory against Ohio State that propelled them to 18. But those were the two teams you looked at. You're like, hey, this is a cool story in the SEC right now. But the eye test, you're like, I don't know about Arkansas and Florida. And the concern for me for Arkansas isn't that they lack a natural point guard or that they've got some inconsistencies on offense. In years past, it just seemed like the non-negotiables were defending the three and tough-nosed defense for Arkansas. And right now, Coach Musselman has been having to do musical chairs and just trying to figure out who they are, what's their identity, and who's going to play. And he sent a message to star players, had them on the bench for long periods of time, and role players as well. And so that doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. They had a huge win rallying around Coach Musselman's absence as he recovered from shoulder surgery, and they got that on the road at LSU. So, again, a very capable team. But they had the most advantageous January schedule of most anybody. And I thought they've missed some opportunities early on, but they went and stole one on the road at LSU and see if they can't come back and start defending home court.
All right, he is Dane Bradshaw. You can follow him on Twitter at Dane Bradshaw. See him on the SEC Network all season long. Dane, thank you for the time. Always fun talking with you.
Thank you, guys. Anytime.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dane with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Real quick, Justin Hokanson, our buddy with On3, digging into the poll a little bit deeper. First of all, Gonzaga only 4 total points ahead of Auburn, so it's really, really tight. Auburn got more first-place votes, Gonzaga with more points. Jesse Newell, Hoke finds of the Kansas City Star, had Auburn at number 9, which seems exceedingly low for Auburn.
Wow.
Is he the lowest?
Yeah, he is the lowest of any AP poll voter. And before I could even point this out to Hoke, I was going to point out, we pulled up KenPom earlier, and they had Auburn number 9. That was when I is one thing I was saying earlier. Don't be surprised if Gonzaga's in front of them. Hoke has looked at it and says basically the guy just took KenPom and made it his poll. That's why he's got Auburn number 9. I'm telling you, man, those poll voters, that basketball one, it overwhelms you. Football, I didn't particularly enjoy it, but it's got to be way easier.
Yeah, but you got to be committed.
You do if you're going to take the vote. Yeah.
That's right. And they don't want, at least in my opinion, I don't think they would want me to sit there and go by the Sagarin or the KenPom. They want your opinion. They want basically the eye test on who you think are your 25 best. That's why there's a variety of different voters. And I think I don't think you're doing your vote justice if you're just, Xeroxing off, or as an old term, if you're just flipping around the KenPom and putting that down as your 25.
Even if you're playing it off your previous poll. I mean, if you make the sacrifice and the commitment to actually be a voter, you need to watch these games and watch these teams.
Yep.
That's right. And that was the one thing when I voted for the football, and it's a lot easier to do because every game's on television. They only play once a week. You go back and watch games. And, as the season went on, you can pare down the number of teams you're watching to be considered for the top 25. But early on, you have to watch a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I felt like I was a qualified Heisman voter when I had the Heisman vote. Lance has it now, and it's the same reason he's qualified. It's why I felt like I was a qualified AP top 25 voter, because I sit in my basement on college football Saturdays, and I probably watch all or part of, 30 to 40 games on a Saturday. I mean, that may be high.
No, I
don't
do
know.
think, and you guys have voted in the polls before, and I never have, that's much more difficult. Typically, the Heisman, I mean, it takes care of itself.
It does,
Yeah.
but I made a commitment. Like, if there's a guy I'm thinking about voting for, I'm going to watch his games. I'm not just going to vote for him because he's got good stats.
Yeah. And then in basketball, there are more games to watch.
So
you have
hard.
to keep up. But, I don't think they want you parroting what KenPom is or the net is. They want you to actually, pay attention and give a vote. So that's one reason why Auburn has more first-place votes, but they're number 2 in the AP poll. One of the note people are asking, where's Alabama? Are they out of the rankings?
They're out of the rankings, which I would say most Alabama fans never thought there was one day this season you'd be out of the top 25.
I think there was a time we said that on the show, that they would not be out of the top 25 all year, and now a 3-game losing streak, and they're out.
I mean, honestly, if you take me back to them beating Gonzaga, I would have told you there may not be a time they're out of the top 10 the rest of the year.
But I will tell you a couple of things. One, I landmined them maybe when I said this team doesn't really have to do a whole lot more. They're a tournament team.
That may get tested.
They haven't won since.
Yeah.
They haven't won since that.
Right.
And then another thing's been going on. Forrester, if you can pull up, you guys have seen this on social media. When after the SEC championship game going towards Dallas, Alabama fans started to put an icon in their avatars. And they started doing this after, see, there it is. That's the icon. If you have this after your Twitter, there you go. Alabama football officially even put the karate suit. It's called a gi?
Gi.
A gi. So they put that on there. And all Alabama fans on Twitter started to add that to the avatar. Since they started doing that, Alabama football lost the national championship, and Alabama basketball has lost 3 straight. I think it's time to pull those things off social media.
The curse of the gi?
Yeah, the curse of the gi. I think it's time to pull those off. Until Alabama cheerleading won the national championship last night, I'm not sure they'd won anything since those things have been on the avatars. Here's the Alabama cheerleaders winning the national championship last night in Orlando. The announcement happens and Alabama wins.
I love how they're masked up and they've been cheering together the entire weekend.
Such theater.
Some are masked, some are not. But that is the national championships last night down in Orlando. They've now won 6 national championships, but I think that's the first win since all the Alabama fans added that to the avatar there.
That was Ole Miss next to him, so they beat Ole Miss. Yeah.
You think Lane was wearing his sweatshirt come to the sip?
I bet Lane.
You think he was front row?
He might have been.
I bet Lane knows some of the names.
Jackson Dart might have been too.
You think Lane knows some of the names?
Did you tell me Jackson Dart was riding around in an Aston Martin? There's a reason I asked this question.
Yep.
All right.
And my little guy told me last night, just based on the one he was looking at, he was like, I think that's around $230,000.
Okay, so that's the reason I ask is I was in Nashville over the weekend, and my wife wanted to go to a store at a mall that's there, Green Hills Mall, which is...
We are in Nashville in the 90s? She wanted to go to a mall?
Well, it's a store that's there.
I'm kidding.
That's an uppity mall, by the way.
Green Hills, yeah, it's right between Brentwood and Nashville, so you can imagine some of the stores you see there. Well, they had an Aston Martin SUV, which I don't even know the style of the SUV, but it was an Aston Martin. I looked at the freaking sticker on that thing. It's $213,000.
Yep.
I better get a lot for $213,000.
Well, maybe you get a tight end too. Jackson Dart and Michael Trigg traveling around together. It is down to there they are right there. Traveling around there in Ole Miss and Oklahoma, and that's the final two schools, by the way. Sooners or Rebels.
You think Lane Kiffin's like, I'm a multimillionaire. The links I've got to go to bait this 18-year-old. I'm freezing my ass off in this snow.
And they're riding around in an Aston Martin.
I'm a Southern California guy.
Nicer car than I have.
And Caleb Williams has yet to officially commit, though people are waiting for him to pick USC.
That's a done deal.
Seemed almost done with Mario going out there over the weekend, right?
And Jackson Dart bolting. I mean, Jackson Dart was your given starter. There's no way he was losing that job,
a given
right?
starter. I mean, he was, I don't know if he was 4 or 5 star, but he was one of the top 10 quarterbacks coming out, and you already saw what he could actually do.
And he's playing for a much better quarterback coach than what Clay Helton was.
But for Mario Williams to go on and make that commitment to Lincoln Riley and USC as the top receiver in the 2021 class, you get the feeling behind the scenes this thing is done.
Bad loss for Bo Nix at Oregon, too. Travis Dye, not going to the NFL, but he's not coming back to Oregon either. He's hitting the portal.
Good player.
1,271 rushing yards last year and 16 touchdowns, and he's going to take his wares somewhere else and try to play. Would not be surprised if he ends up at USC.
Rich getting richer. I mean, Lincoln is his secondary recruiting, not the position, but the portal. His secondary recruiting's been really good.
Yeah, so he could end up playing one more year of college and keeping it in the Pac-12 there. So, again, the portal has no end. The NFL does. Today's the deadline for that. The portal just can keep going and going and going, I guess. They used to, you had to be enrolled in class at a certain point.
Class.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The only person worries about that, it's Kayvon.
But you don't have to be enrolled till fall. I mean, they've got all the time they want, really. You'd have to have some sort of
you don't have to have some academic standing.
progress.
Yeah,
Yes.
you've got to have a academic standing that is current, and so that would take the 2022 spring semester.
It depends on where you are in pursuit of your degree, I would imagine. I mean, like if you left after 2.5 years at Oklahoma and you'd almost finished your degree, you're probably in good enough academic standing that one semester off wouldn't kill you, I would guess. I don't know.
Apparently, Jackson Dart is touring abroad.
Maybe that's part of my deal.
By abroad, you mean another place.
If I'm Jackson Dart,
not a Mississippi female,
or Caleb Williams, you want me to transfer to your school? I am not going to class. You got to figure this out.
This is up to you, not me.
Because my goal is to play in the NFL, to win you a championship, and to play in the NFL, and I'm not going to class.
Yeah. Is Caleb Williams a top 5 quarterback?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I think he's got the potential to be.
Yeah. I think he's got that potential. I don't think you would say he's top 5 right now.
Talking to guys like Luganbill, though. Luganbill's like, this is a guy that is an instant impact guy, and these guys know a lot more than we do. Caleb in that Texas game looked like a top 5 quarterback.
Jackson Dart or Caleb Williams?
I know more about Caleb Williams.
Both were inconsistent at times. I would say Caleb Williams. I would stick with what is there, though. This whole collusion thing is just it's over the top, man. It's not going to stop either.
I'll ask. We'll take LT's temperature of his Ramley tonight as they play in the playoffs against the Cardinals.
Game.
You got a lock in the game?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Stand by for the lock. We'll do that right before trash when we come back. Brown, you said you had a Cowan Equipment poll question you wanted to throw out.
I think this is an interesting question. It was actually posed to me by a friend of mine, Jacob, who's a big Titans fan. Would you rather have been a team with a bye like the Titans, or had the game Buffalo had Saturday?
Okay, or like an easy game?
No, just the type of game Buffalo played. I mean, they were perfect Saturday. Would you have rather had a bye or played Saturday and just been phenomenal like Buffalo?
Like if you take away the injuries to my Buccaneers, that was about it. I think that was perfect. That was basically a practice yesterday.
Would you have rather had a bye or that?
Well, again, the injuries make me wish we'd had the day off.
Right. But let's take it away.
If everybody had been healthy, I would rather have played the game and stayed sharp.
Early voting, 53% say Buffalo, 47% say bye.
Cowan Equipment brings you those poll questions right there. The great folks at Cowan.
Yeah, make sure you check out our friends at Cowan. They are proud to partner with us here on our new venture here at the Next Round. They would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how they can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Go online. Go to cowan.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Trash in just a second. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken. Here's their menu right here. I think I'm going to go with tomorrow. Appetizer are going to be those homemade tamales, obviously. May get Sterling to bring me the Cajun grilled chicken salad. Sounds good tomorrow.
All right.
Sounds good tomorrow. A lot of interesting sides as well. I didn't know. I've talked about Champy's chicken now for 6 months. I never even considered dessert there. Mississippi mud pie. You like a little Mississippi mud pie?
I do. I think Rockstar had a bad experience.
No, I love it, but it doesn't treat me well. But
yeah, but I think that's you with most desserts.
Yeah, I do like Mississippi mud pie. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got Deep South caramel cake.
Heck yeah. They brought that one time. Didn't you try that last time they brought it?
They brought it up here?
Yes, sir, they did. It's good. I love caramel cake.
Somebody ate all of it, I guess.
I didn't eat all of it. I ate my piece.
I don't remember getting a piece of the caramel.
You were too slow.
I think I did, now that you bring it up.
Yeah, you want to apologize to me now? Or later?
You're welcome. I apologize. You're welcome.
Thank you.
ChampysChicken.com. They bring you this right there, 119 in Alabaster. This hour of the show presented by Sterling and the crew there. Your home for the best brews and cocktails, Blues, Brews, and Bird is ChampysChicken.com. All right, Rams in action tonight. Here's the ESPN stats and information stat of the day. 323 career touchdowns from Matt Stafford, the most in NFL history without a playoff win. Where is the Ramley nerves-wise going into the game before we do the lock?
Well, let me say this. I'm really nervous. I don't feel good about this game at all. I'll give you the lock, in just a second. If they would have won last week, the Rams would have been hosting the Saints. They probably would have played on Saturday as a double-digit favorite. That's a game they would have easily won. And to blow a 17-point home lead against a team that has completely owned you, you just wonder mentally where the Rams are coming into this game.
But it's not the 49ers on the other sideline. So with that in mind, let's do the lock of the day, brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis, a wonderful human being, is the guy that is the plumber you need to have on standby. He and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. Now, they're licensed, bonded, and insured, and it doesn't matter what your plumbing needs are, whether you're commercial or residential, whether you have a simple drip or whether you need all new plumbing in a big commercial complex. They handle it all right there. Everything from plumbing to your jetter services. You can find out everything they offer at ironmountainworld.com, ironmountainworld.com. They'll give you a free quote as well, 205-516-4927, 516-4927. And as I always tell you, most days you don't wake up and you don't need a plumber that day. But when you do, it's usually an emergency. That's why you have to remember Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
So you've got two former number one overall picks at quarterback going against each other in Kyler Murray and Matthew Stafford. I'll give you the good
SEC.
The good for the Rams. The Rams, Sean McVay had won 8 straight against the Cardinals before losing earlier this year in SoFi to Arizona. They get the revenge on the road against Arizona. Now they've won 9 of 10 against the Cardinals. That's the good news. The bad news is Arizona's 8-1 on the road this year. In those games, they've only turned the football over 3 times. They're plus 18 in turnovers. Going back to the 5 games that were played this weekend, only one team won the game that lost the turnover battle, and that was Kansas City last night as a double-digit favorite, almost a 2-touchdown favorite against Pittsburgh. I think, and I hate to say this, I think there's too much pressure on Matthew Stafford. I really do. The good news is he's got the experience. He's played in 3 postseason games. You look at first post-game quarterbacks over the weekend. Jalen Hurts and Mac Jones didn't play well. Kyler Murray's first time to play in the postseason. The good news also for the Rams is Cliff Kingsbury's on the other sideline. I just have a bad feeling for the Rams. I think the Cardinals plus 3.5, really good play tonight. On the road, again, they're 8-1. Your lock, unfortunately, is the Cardinals plus 3.5. This is not a reversal thing. If you guys don't believe me, I'll pull out my phone. I will put my own hard-earned money on the Cardinals right now.
I don't need you to do that, but I'll be glad to take a stake and take the Rams.
Wow. Let's just
and try to get one back.
Really?
Oh, God. I mean, it's an easy stake win for me. I just don't want you to be on my Rams.
Yeah.
I'm going to decline.
Okay, I will allow the
bring it back up next segment.
Right in the middle of 3 and out.
I will allow you to decline.
God, I wish you were saying you like the Cardinals. I can't believe you like the Rams too.
I've said I like the Rams since August.
He really has. I think he's had him with the Super Bowl.
And I will say this though, Brown: if the Rams win tonight, they will beat the Bucs. I don't even.
100%. I'm cheering for the Cardinals tonight.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah,
because the Rams will go on the road. They'll beat Tampa and they'll play in the NFC Championship game. Probably lose that game to either San Francisco or Green Bay, but I just don't think they get past the Cardinals tonight.
Yeah. Joseph says, are we talking $10 LT or $1,000 of your hard-earned money? How much are you willing to put on the Cardinals?
I mean, enough.
Enough?
Yeah.
Enough, Joseph. Enough. All right, that's a lock. IronMountainWorld.com. Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
There's a reason that women live longer, Mark. Let me tell you. It is because we are stronger and we are happier at the end of the day than most men. And that is factual, and you know it.
When men are married to women who scream like you, they just want to die sooner.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, new year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up some funds, Cash Out Refi can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start a new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with a 22-year-old woman has been charged with attempted grand theft and false report to authorities after faking her own kidnapping, according to court documents. Now, the woman admitted to detectives that she, quote, wanted a break from her husband. She's 22. Gather that. She already needs a break from the husband, so she is faking her own kidnapping. Now,
it's one way to get a break.
It's not a good route to take.
Yeah.
She staged her own kidnapping from a local Domino's Pizza restaurant where she worked as a delivery driver, according to court documents. Incident began around 10 p.m. This is last February.
And if you're not returned in 30 minutes, you get her absolutely free.
Now, when the woman called her husband and said that she was surrounded by multiple subjects who had a gun and were demanding money, according to court documents, her husband told law enforcement in the report that during the phone call, he thought he heard pounding on the window and a car door opening before the line went dead.
Quite an imagination he's got.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That to go through that effort just for a break.
Police were able to ping the woman's phone to a Culver's.
Oh, hey, great sponsor.
Welcome to Delicious.
Is she having the butter burger?
Like her, back in our sponsors.
That's right.
Now, that's when the SWAT team was activated, found the woman's car with her and another man inside, according to court documents.
Oh, boy.
The woman was interviewed on the morning of February 11th and said that she had been entering her tips on her phone after finishing her delivery when she was surrounded by several subjects who demanded her phone, according to court documents.
And that's when ship happens.
She said that one of the male subjects used her phone and was texting for a while before he gave the phone back. Investigators called the woman out on her inaccuracies in her story, and she admitted to sending the text to her husband and coworker, as well as admitted she had never been kidnapped, according to court documents.
What's great is I'm going to take your phone, let me send out a couple texts, and I'm going to give it back to you.
That's right. Hey, can you swing by this Culver's?
So weird.
That is weird. Just tell the guy you want a break.
We've got Debbie, and we're going to need a ransom of $10,000 to give her back. I'm going to need to talk to Debbie. Okay, hold on a second. Debbie?
Debbie!
Hey, it's Debbie.
I'm surrounded by subjects.
Okay, here are new Girl Scout cookies. The interesting cookie lineup in this year's Girl Scout cookies. Some of these sound really good, by the way.
Have we changed them? I thought it was the same ones every year.
No, I think you've got your traditionals. I don't think they go away. But
What's your favorite?
Oh,
I like the Samoas. Even though I don't really like coconut, I like the Samoas.
I like the plain, just gingerbread ones. Which ones are those called?
I don't know what those are called.
What are the ones, the tagalongs? They got a little peanut butter in them?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
The Thin Mint's good, too.
Thin Mints are good frozen.
I like the Samoas. They call them the caramel delights right there, the Samoas that Rockstar's got pulled up. Dip those in a glass of milk.
Yep. I like the
Do-si-dos,
too.
yeah,
They're always good.
Okay.
They're like Nutter Butters.
The Adventurefuls, where you'll see on the far left here. Indulgent brownie-inspired cookies topped with caramel-flavored cream with a hint of sea salt.
Oh, I would do that. Yeah,
totally do that one.
Sounds good. I'm not big on the sea salt caramel. I thought caramel was just fine without the sea salt in it.
I like the sea salt.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't know why we need it.
You get a big chunk every now and then.
How about this one? Girl Scout s'mores. Crunchy graham crackers with chocolate and marshmallow filling.
I'm not a big s'mores guy.
I'm not either. They're too messy.
Yeah.
But it might be good already packaged up like
I don't
that.
know. The marshmallow doesn't do a ton.
I'm about to do a rocky road from our friends at Way to Wellness.
What's all in that?
And it's a s'more. But
yeah, the marshmallow I'm not crazy about.
Okay, the lemonades doesn't sound good on the surface, but listen, savory, refreshing shortbread cookies topped with a tangy lemon flavored icing.
I'd try it.
It's not bad. It's not bad. That's new. I thought I had that one. Nope.
It was a lemon up next to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's really not much of a difference.
Yeah.
How about the
when,
toast?
when the Americans came back from World War I, it was lemon up.
The shortbread are my favorite, the trefoils.
Yeah.
Those are really good. Okay, the Toastier. It's a yummy toasted shaped cookie full of French toast flavor dipped in delicious icing.
I'm in.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, I am in.
And even this last one, I'm not a big toffee guy.
I like toffee.
The Toffee-tastic. It's gluten-free, rich, buttery cookies with sweet, crunchy toffee bits.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Yep, I'm in.
I like toffee bits.
I
even like a toffee bar. I'll eat a toffee bar.
Do you like a score bar?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love a score
And
bar.
I haven't seen a score bar.
Not either.
It's that thin. It's
super thin.
Heath is a little thick. Score is a little thin.
Score's thin, but it's just chocolate and toffee. I really like it.
You know what I haven't had in forever is a Choco stick. Remember those?
I don't like those Chico sticks.
Chico sticks.
Yeah, I don't like
them. And what I found out, though, it's toasted coconut, which
what
I
it
really
is.
didn't even realize.
I'm not a big coconut
But it's got
guy.
the peanut butter in it. I like them.
Yeah, I like them a lot, too. Now, they'll break a molar sometimes.
No, they'll stick to it, too.
Yeah.
And you got to peel that off.
That's good, though, because later on in the day, like later in class, because that's when I used to eat them back in high
I get
school.
to savor it.
Later on in class, you'll be like, oh, I got a little Choco stick back there.
So we've got a Missouri
That's
inmate.
awful.
He's on the run after officials say he pretended to be scheduled for release from jail.
I'm here to be released.
All right, well, I believe you.
Boy,
I don't need to see any paperwork. You're going out.
3 years.
They are running a tight ship at the Crawford County Sheriff's Office. They say that Benjamin Landa, 30 years old, escaped at about 9:05 a.m. Thursday, January 13th. Surveillance photo shows him walking out of jail in a gray hooded jacket with blue jeans and black shoes.
See y'all.
Now, after
Say
Landa was mistakenly released by staff.
Say it again, Rockstar.
Say Wataneo.
Local law enforcement was notified, according to the County Sheriff's Office Facebook post. By the way, the Sheriff's Office uses Facebook a lot.
Yeah, they do. I don't know why they
That's got a
address
big
it.
reach.
It does, but it's just interesting how they go. I mean, I don't know about Twitter, but it's always Facebook.
Before I get done, Little Sweet's making a major comeback on Dr. Pepper.
Hey, really?
is.
Yeah.
All
Over the
over the
weekend.
place.
He was big wild card weekend.
But I guess they transitioned
From
out of Fansville.
Yeah, Fansville's college football.
Little Sweet's got some tight pants, man.
That's what helps them sing.
Now, witnesses said that Landa fled north into the wood line in the area of the woods. After seeing law enforcement in the area, deputies searched the area, but he had not been found as of 2:30 p.m. Do you think they got sick of him? Man, it's already late enough on lunch. Let's call this a day. He's not going to get far.
What do you think the punishment is for the guy that let him go? Like,
You go find him.
You give a good argument. Yeah, you're free to
Well,
go.
he said he was here to be released.
You will not use a vending machine for 2 days.
You know what's crazy? Is that they got tired of searching that guy because of his lunch. They went to Culver's and found the lady who'd kidnapped herself.
Hey, you look familiar.
Before, what was the early game yesterday? Your Bucks and Eagles.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park was on, and I randomly had it on one of the channels, and I was doing some notes for the show, and I saw where Wayne Knight's character is trying to get to the dock.
Oh, the spitting dinosaur?
Yeah, the
cute
spitting
one?
dinosaur. So this is what reminds me of this next story. A cobra spat venom into a woman's eyes after she accidentally disturbed it while it was hiding in a cupboard.
Jeez. Where do you live?
The woman in Durban, South Africa, opened the cupboard at an office to find a 3.9-foot long spitting cobra resting on some wires.
Son of a gun.
Where it spat at her out of shock. Fortunately, only 5 minutes away at the time, snake catcher Nick Evans. Isn't that amazing? You can just call a snake catcher.
Snake catcher.
Five minutes away.
We can't get Jimmy John's here at 25, and they're freaky fast. This chick got a snake catcher in 5 minutes.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
He arrived swiftly to remove the highly venomous serpent. I'd be more worried about my eyes at this point.
Me too.
How'd she dial him?
Evans, who runs a snake rescue project in Greater Durban, South Africa, wrote on a Facebook that the snake, feeling, quote, trapped and terrified, had defended itself the best way it knew how. Now, after spitting at the woman, the snake fell into a bucket below the wires. Evans arrived to find that the office employees had managed to trap it by wrapping a bin bag tightly over the bucket. By the way, if I'm an employee, I'm walking out of the office.
No doubt. I remember
Nick's on the way. I'm not going to trap it. That's what Nick does.
In high school, Mr. Yarborough, the snake man, had a cobra, and he'd bang that box till it got pissed off, and it would raise up and it'd flare out. Yeah, that's scary, man.
Yeah, they look very normal until they flare out.
That's right, until they get angry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does Nick Nick the snake catcher, does he have sirens at that point? Do you have a? Is it
like
like police?
Echo 3.
Do you envision him in a Land Rover with no doors?
Oh, yeah. Got long hair.
And he's wearing nothing but tan.
Yeah.
I know, mate.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of facial hair.
Now, Evans said the cobra spitting venom, quote, not pleasant for us or any animal that attacks them, but a truly genius method of self-defense if you think about it. Now, the woman attended the clinic as soon as the cobra was removed, and Evans said he has, quote, no doubt she will have fully recovered. It's very interesting. Lay's is revealing. Lay's is always doing something with their potato chips, by the way.
Gets you to talk about them.
They have revealed a new limited edition Golden Grounds potato chip. They are made from potatoes that were grown in some soil from NFL stadiums and fields across the country.
Oh, this is smart, actually. Yeah.
I mean, how many would...
Till you see an offensive lineman throw up, and then you're like, yeah.
No, but if you put Bryant Denny and Jordan Hare potato chips and
it's still like crazy
all over the state.
Yeah, we dug up the field after the season at Bryant Denny, and we planted potatoes in it. We grew the potatoes. And these are the chips we made from those potatoes.
Now,
I got a Jaleel Billingsley.
Basically, they took some soil from each of the NFC stadiums, mixed the soil into separate parts of the potato field, and took the potatoes grown in the field to make potato chips infused with the grounds and the glory of each NFL team. Limited edition bags come decorated with the appropriate NFC team colors and logos.
They show the Raiders right away. That's artificial turf.
No, they play on real grass in Vegas. They roll it in and out like they do the Cardinals.
I don't think that's true, Jim.
Well, I know the Rams don't play.
What
on
about
grass.
SoFi? Yeah,
they play on real grass in
Dallas. That's fake.
They play real grass at that's where they're shooting the commercial. They need climate control and good lighting.
I know, but these are NFC teams. Half of them play on AstroTurf.
They, I think the Raiders play on real grass. They rolled it in and set it on top of the artificial turf, which UNLV plays on. It's artificial.
Yeah, maybe that's good luck. 3 for 3 on the camera today.
Yep.
Yeah.
I doubt
Bodes
it.
well for the Ramley.
Do you maybe like the Cardinals by the end of the show?
You know what this is? You know what this is?
What?
This potato chip thing?
What?
This is potato chip equivalent of the girl who farted into jars and sold
You're
farts.
absolutely correct. You're right, Jim.
They've taken a bag of dirt and spread it over a farm.
I'll tell you, all you got to do is
near the stadium.
Tell us from Lambeau Field. Don't believe it.
Would you not agree? All you got to do is put the team colors and your logo on the
Yeah,
bag, and
that's
you'll
right.
probably buy it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not, it doesn't matter whether you grew it in the dirt or not. Go fart in a jar. That is
put that on a shirt.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, the new year is here, so is your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got the perfect solution for your empty pockets, Cash Out Refinance. With Cash Out Refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity. And the best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything you want. The experts at Mortgage Right will guide you every single step of the way in making getting extra cash easy. Get started online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Lone Soldier is right. You're paying for 50% of air anyway in the bags of chips.
Well, that's the air of your stadium.
Yeah. Which one is, of all the chips? I'll tell you, you mentioned Jimmy John's.
I'll tell you who's got the most chips in their bag.
They pack it up pretty good. Oh, I know. Zapp's.
Zapp's does a good job with it, but Sun Chips, as
they
far
do a
as
pretty
the
good job. I would
smaller
agree.
bag, I bet if you counted them out, Sun Chips would have more chips.
Always the healthy ones.
The baked Lays are the worst. You get like 6.
That's
how they keep that calorie count low.
Well, they didn't want to cut up the whole box and put it into one.
It really is.
Yeah, all the cardboard. They had to spread it out to different places. All right, back in a moment on TNR. The show being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the next round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the next round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day. Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Jim Nagy at the top of the hour to talk Senior Bowl and NFL playoffs. We'll talk to Jim in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. Write that number down. 2020, the year 2022, the year you don't want to get the dangerous ladder out. Again, it's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. And right now, 45% off the retail price for all of the next round listeners. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
I started drinking them a couple of years ago, but now, see, Brown, there's a Topo Chico seltzer that's out there. Everyone is on the ranch water craze. There's a ranch water seltzer now. That is my drink that I got a recipe from Southern Living. It wasn't this summer. I think it was last summer.
So I'm the old one for DVRing 60 minutes.
I was reading Reader's Digest the other night.
Southern Living.
Yeah. But it's tequila, lime juice, and Topo Chico.
Right. It's a ranch water.
Yeah. It's Texas ranch water is what I learned to call it. But when you were in Nashville, you tried to order one because you like the drink as well. And they brought it in a can.
Yeah, they gave me a can of it, and it was not great. I was surprised by that.
But it's now a seltzer that they started advertising during Yellowstone.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Right.
The
Is that
guy
why
who,
you're drinking it?
The guy who, I don't drink them. I drink the
real stuff.
The cocktail from a couple of summers ago. No, I drink it because it's low calorie and it's fun to have by the pool. Either that or with vodka, red wine vodka. You can do either one of them. Same thing, lime juice and Topo Chico. You can go vodka or tequila there. So it's I just enjoy the drink, but it was a confusing part of your trip to Nashville for both trips that you've been to.
Both times I tried to order it and puzzled the person that was taking my order. Like, we were at a restaurant that was suggested to me, I mentioned by Chad Withrow, our buddy with Outkick 360, and there was a cocktail, and I said, that sounds a lot like ranch water. My waitress was like, I'm not familiar with that drink, sir.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, there are a lot of drinks out there, but do bartenders go to school to learn how to make everything?
No,
or
they
just learn it on the fly.
They used to have really bartending school. You probably remember this,
right?
And you actually would get a degree, and I don't know what that degree consisted of.
Mixologist?
Yeah, it was a mixologist. Now you learn on the fly.
You learn on the fly.
Yeah.
So, like, if we roll to a local restaurant today for lunch when it's over with, and we ask for something that may be an old name the 24-year-old behind the bar may never have heard of.
Yeah, I would think you would just have to tell them what it is, and they're going to do their best to make this.
By and large, the two drinks I order are ranch water or John Daly. And I have found the John Daly is hit or miss on who knows what that is, which is basically just an Arnold Palmer with pretty much any alcohol you want added to it.
Yeah,
I don't think John's real picky.
How often do you go to a bar and hear people order these exotic drinks unless you're in a craft bar or a craft cocktail bar?
Yeah.
And I think those are the type of bars where you have to actually have some training once you get hired there.
Yeah. Usually I'm a point, and if I'm drinking something that I can't describe, like, obviously if I want a bourbon neat or bourbon on the rocks, you just call out the bourbon. Give me an Elijah Craig on the rocks, and with nothing under, or a splash of Pepsi or whatever you want on there. That's fine, and that may be what you need to start doing, is just saying, I would like a name brand of tequila with a Topo Chico and lime.
Yeah, maybe so. I'll build it for you. Because my wife asked me, she was like, their old-fashioned sounds good. I don't like drinks that have bitters in them. And the concept of the old-fashioned sounds really good to me. I'm an old-fashioned guy, I guess.
But no, I
don't like the bitters.
It's really a good drink unless
you don't like bitters.
Unless there's too much bitters.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can put too much of something
Absolutely.
in there.
Would it be bad if I ordered an old-fashioned with no bitters? Because I think I would like that better. Or are they going to look at me funny?
Some smart aleck would say,
probably.
It's not an old-fashioned.
That's right.
That's a New Yorker or something.
Yeah, Manhattan.
I like a good old-fashioned.
Yeah. Do you ever make them at the house?
No, but a guy taught me how to make it without having to muddle everything and all of the contents.
The muddling of the fruit is what makes it hard.
It just seems really complicated. So there was a guy that gave me a couple of ingredients, and I've yet to try it out, but I'm going to. Yep. Once I do, if I master it, I'll let you guys know.
You are, we're down to the final hour of the show. How much of your mind right now is on Rams and Cardinals?
Well, and I apologize. I keep looking left because Good Morning Football, they're doing their picks, and I'm just wondering, it's like they all dominated their picks throughout the weekend. I guess because we had a bunch of favorites hit this weekend.
Yeah.
In San Francisco, although they were an underdog, they seemed like the favorite, didn't they?
Are they all picking the Rams?
They haven't. They're bannering right now. They haven't thrown up the graphics.
I think we're to the tape part of this right now, but go check. Surely there's an Instagram post of Kay Adams today. Hey, Kay.
When that outfit, and Brown described her best.
She's dressed like Wilma Flintstone.
She really is. She's a Bengals fan, and so she's got a Bengals sleeveless sweater on that really looks like Wilma Flintstone.
Yeah. And
she looks a lot better than Wilma, though, by the way.
See if you can find it in the commercial break for us, or we'll do it in the next hour. You've got to see what Kay had on today. And we're big fans of her. Talented young lady, and a great wardrobe today. If you're they got the tiger stripes working on the sweater. My wife, if she's listening right now, I don't like animal prints. But, baby, if you can wear this one, I'm all in.
My God.
Baby. Top of the hour, Jim Nagy's up next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bama Willie says, how bad would Gonzaga beat Alabama right now if they played again? Seattle, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, wouldn't matter. The way Alabama's playing right now, I would not want a rematch with them right now, especially if they're mad about the first time.
You'll get a decent gauge when they play Baylor coming up.
Ooh.
I mean,
That's Baylor was a team that until last year was number one.
That's not what we call a get right game.
It is not.
No. And neither is LSU. Maybe Missouri, I'd say, but Missouri's part of the 3-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Alabama with 2 home games this weekend. Auburn's number 2 in the AP basketball poll behind Gonzaga, who's number 1. Auburn plays Georgia Wednesday. They play Kentucky. Where's Kentucky in the AP poll? Are they top 10?
You know what? They were 12th, I think.
12th.
Which is way too low for Kentucky.
Yeah, that's Saturday.
That's a good team.
Saturday, 12 noon on CBS for that one, national TV for that one. UAB is off all the way to Saturday on the road at La Tech. Andy's team won over the weekend as they beat Florida Atlantic. Jordan Walker with a big game. John Mechie, Chris Allen, Jalen Armour Davis, all going to the NFL. So's Auburn Chandler Wooten. Deadline is today for the NFL declarations. Tide got a bunch of people coming back, including Ekior, Jordan Battle, DJ Dell, Henry To'oTo'o, DeMarco Helms, all those deciding they were coming back. NFL playoffs continue tonight. LT locks up the Cardinals earlier. All that brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, make it the University of Montevallo. 4 or 5 great years right there for you. For me, it was closer to 6, but I love the place. My daughter's in school there now, a college of distinction, over 10 years running now. A 2020 best value school, a 2021 best value school, I should say, according to U.S. News and World Report. And Southern Living raves about the beautiful campus that you get right at Montevallo. 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports, and a 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. You can't beat it. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu.
It's 19 days away down in Mobile. It is the Senior Bowl. The executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl is Jim Nagy, who joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We'll talk some NFL playoffs with Jim and the Senior Bowl. Jim, how are you today?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, man, we appreciate it anytime. And we'll get to the Senior Bowl in a moment, but I do want to start with the NFL playoffs. And I want to ask you a question, regardless of whether or not Mike McCarthy's play had time to work. One thing that jumps out at me from that play, and you've spent your life in the NFL, was Dak Prescott getting up from the play and handing the ball to his center. And that just jumped out at me because I would guess, Jim, from day one, if you're a skilled player in that position, you're taught always get the ball to the umpire as quick as possible. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to debate whether that was Mike McCarthy's call or Kellen Moore's call.
Good point. Good point. That's a great point.
I would imagine they're each pointing at each other today. Kellen Moore wants the job. Mike McCarthy wants to keep the job. Your call. No, it's your call.
I think that's debatable, but yeah, I mean, that's situational football. Just coming up from my background and with the New England Patriots, I mean, we had situational football periods every day. Coach Belichick did a great job of a situation exactly like that. Hey, we run this play. You know, you just talk about the execution of that play and getting the ball to the referee is just, it's like taking the snap. I mean, it's all part of that play. So the fact that it wasn't that executed, I don't know who that falls on, but it certainly didn't look like something that was repped in practice.
You know, the last couple of years, I think most people would have said the most dangerous weapon in football might be Tyreek Hill, but now it's got to be Deebo Samuel. I mean, at least can you make that argument?
Yeah, absolutely can. And I just know, you know, we had Deebo in the Senior Bowl here, whatever that was, 3 years ago, maybe now. And just in phone calls with, you know, I'm on the phone every day with NFL teams talking about guys for our rosters all fall, and everybody's looking for the next Deebo. I mean, that's the skill set everyone's looking for is like a compact, strong guy with the ball in his hands, with position versatility. You also have to have an offensive coordinator and head coach that are on board using a guy like that. I think you can't give Kyle Shanahan enough credit and his staff for their openness to use Deebo as kind of a Swiss Army knife player, and really being committed to it. You know, I think we've seen a lot of gadget guys, if you will, over the years, but Deebo's really like a full-time running back / wide receiver. It's like, I don't know what the play breakdown, comes to in terms of percentage snaps at each position. But if you watch football this year and you ask, well, what's Deebo's primary position? It seems like he doesn't have one. It's one or the other. So yeah, in just conversations with guys in the league, they're all looking for that guy. They're all looking for the next Deebo. So that's pretty telling.
Anybody looking for the next Cooper Kupp? We'll get to see him tonight. And, these all-star games like the Senior Bowl, to see somebody play against NFL quality competition is always exciting. Cooper Kupp comes, where was he? Western Michigan? And now
Eastern Washington.
Eastern Washington. There you go.
It was a directional school.
It was directional, not Midwestern school. Okay, Eastern Washington. Here's a guy now that is the receiver that the Cardinals have to stop tonight. How many Cooper Kupps are there on your radar as you prepare for a Senior Bowl every year? Are you looking for a guy like him?
Yeah, I mean, he was a Senior Bowler. Cooper was in the game a couple years before I got here, back when Phil Savage ran the game. Yeah, we're always looking for those guys. You know, like even last year, I just got off the phone with the team talking about this guy. We had a kid, Quinn Miners, that played offensive line at Wisconsin Whitewater, which is a Division III school in Wisconsin. And, you know, he's coming off the ball there, blocking guys that look like the three of us. And for him to come down, he came down to Mobile as a you know, 7th round pick or even a free agent for most teams. I just believe the kid needed a chance to show himself against good people. You know, SEC level, Big Ten competition. And he goes in the 3rd round of the draft. You know, he's starting for the Denver Broncos as a rookie. So yeah, we've got great stories like that every year. Cooper Kupp's obviously, you know, at the top of that list right now with winning the Triple Crown in receiving. But to me, that's part of what makes the Senior Bowl great, is the platform and the stage for these small school kids to really make a name for themselves and prove themselves.
Jim Nagy is with us, Executive Director of the Reese's Senior Bowl, seniorbowl.com for all that information. It is 19 days away. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You mentioned your time with the Patriots. Tom Brady was the quarterback then. Tom Brady is the quarterback in Tampa now. Looks like he has not missed a beat. When you watch him, how much like vintage Tom Brady does he still look to you?
Yeah, he looks the same. He
Crazy.
really does.
That is crazy.
I haven't seen any drop off in terms of like feet in the pocket, maneuverability in the pocket, body quickness to get away. You know, Tom doesn't move a whole lot. He doesn't really get out of there very much, but he's so good maneuvering in the pocket. Still has that. The arm doesn't look like there's any drop off in the arm strength right now. So yeah, it's unprecedented. It really is crazy. I was with Tom mostly when Tom was in his 20s, you know, into his early 30s, and to think that we're now like, you know, 12, 13 years beyond that, and he still looks the same. It's incredible. I have no idea how he's doing it.
These divisional matchups in the AFC, pretty awesome when you look at Cincinnati at Tennessee, and then you've got Buffalo at Kansas City. Right now, who's got the advantage of quarterback, Buffalo at Kansas City? I know that seems like an insane question, but just based on what we saw from Josh Allen last week.
Well, I think Josh Allen has the edge simply because he was in Mobile at the Senior Bowl 3 years ago.
You did great work with him.
No, that's a tough call. I mean, you're talking about Patrick Mahomes. You know, is good. I mean, both of them could go down as two of the best of all time when it's all said and done. That's kind of where their career trajectories are going right now. I mean, I would say in that specific game, where are they playing that thing? Is that going to be in Buffalo? That's going to be in Arrowhead, right?
Yeah, it's Arrowhead.
Yeah, it's in Arrowhead. So again, I think it's a push. I mean, when you're looking to pick games and whatnot, I think the first place you start always is the quarterback position, and I would have a hard time giving either guy the edge. I mean, after what Josh Allen did the other night, whatever that was, I mean, he was like 7 for 7 or 8 for they scored on every possession, or I mean, something insane when they showed that graphic during the game. They were late in the game, so I mean, you couldn't have played a better game than he played the other night. That was an all-timer. Yeah, you're looking at two potential all-time greats. I mean, to me, it's a push at that position.
All right, I mentioned 19 days away from the Senior Bowl in Mobile. It is one of the great events in our state, brings so much positive publicity to the state of Alabama on the NFL Network and ESPN all over the place, the Reese's Senior Bowl. You're announcing the rosters from Alabama, Brian Robinson. Your quarterbacks are interesting. Sam Howell, Bailey Zappi, who led the nation in passing, Malik Willis, the Auburn transfer to Liberty, Kenny Pickett, who was in Heisman discussions. It's a really, really good roster so far, and I know you got some other guys you'll announce, if I'm not mistaken.
We're close to wrapped up.
Yeah.
I mean, all we're really doing right now is plugging holes. If we, there's a couple players that got beat up in the college football playoff games, and I'm talking to the agents on a daily basis about where those guys are at with their rehab and their injuries. But the roster is pretty much set. I mean, yeah, you brought up the Alabama guys, and we only have 2 this year because it was such a small senior class. But having Brian Robinson and Phil Mathis, I mean, that's 2 really good ones. And then you talked about the quarterback position with Pickett, Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati, Willis, Sam Howell at North Carolina, Carson Strong. in Bailey Zappi, the first 5 guys, they all are carrying first-round grades with teams in the league right now, and there's no order. Usually when you come to Mobile, there's a guy that's locked in, like Justin Herbert was the number 1 guy that year. Last year, Mac Jones was definitely our best quarterback. This year, those 5 guys, Pickett, Ritter, Willis, Howell, and Strong, it's going to be, how this thing shakes out in April is going to start here in Mobile. And so I think everyone sees those guys as future NFL starters, but to what level and where they get picked? I mean, are they going to be high first-round picks? Or are they going to be mid or late first-round picks or second-round picks? Well, we'll have to see, but it's certainly what I've learned this is my 4th game cycle here at the Senior Bowl. The quarterback thing drives the bus, and that's going to drive the national narrative coming out of Mobile. So there's certainly going to be a lot of talking points and intrigue around that position.
I'm interested if I'm down in Mobile for the week, are they open to practices? Can I get a ticket to practices, or are they closed to the public?
Oh, no, they're wide open. And that's what, we need to do a better job internally of, is just promoting our game to fans. I think it's always been something that the NFL loves coming here. We credential almost 1,000 NFL people. It's the whole league descends on Mobile for that week. I mean, you guys know you can walk up and down Dolphin Street down here on our main drag in Mobile and pop into a bar at night, and there'll be 3 NFL head coaches sitting at the bar having a beer together. If you're a football fan, it's really a unique week. But practices are going to be wide open. We're at a brand new venue at Hancock Whitney Stadium on the campus of South Alabama, so that was a game changer for us. We've got great events. We've got a Senior Bowl Summit event on Tuesday of game week with it's a panel-style event. It's the Sanger Theater downtown Mobile. Kirk Herbstreit's moderating the panels from ESPN. Coach Saban, Coach Harsin, a bunch of other college coaches will be at that event, and then practices are open. We've got a Mardi Gras parade with all our players throwing autographed footballs on Friday night, and we've got a live concert downtown with a band called Portugal the Man on Friday night, which we expect 30 to 40,000 people downtown Mobile. So, and then you got the game on Saturday. So really, in terms of coming down to the city, making the drive from somewhere in the state, you come down in the middle of the week, you will not be disappointed. I tell people, you come down for one Senior Bowl, you'll keep coming back because there's just so much going on. It's so much fun, and it really is a unique week.
The coaching staffs are Rockstar's Lions and the Jets. I think the Lions may have the record, Rockstar. They're back again in Mobile.
Oh, good.
Yes, they moved the record.
Might as well call them the Mobile Lions at this point.
Right. They're going to move the franchise. And what Jim says is correct. Hancock Whitney Stadium, I had a chance to see that when I was down on a campus tour with my teenager. It is a gorgeous stadium on the campus of the University of South Alabama. So it is a great spot for it. You get tickets at seniorbowl.com. They even have premium seats. Seniorbowl.com for all the information. Saturday, February 5th, 1:30 kick on the NFL Network if you can't make it down. Jim, I know we'll talk again, man. We greatly appreciate the time and look forward to the rest of the playoffs and the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, fellas. Thanks for having me on, and have a great rest of your week.
You too, man. Take care. Jim Nagy with us. He is the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl, seniorbowl.com for all your info.
All right. Part of our show being brought to you by Tom Beckby, in a great place with this cold weather outside. Maybe you got some outside plans. Tom Beckby can hook you up.
Alabama company Jim Dunaway looking for that great-looking outdoor clothing that's also functional in the office in the city. Couldn't find what they liked, so they made their own. Started with the jacket in 2015. It is a full line now. You can see for yourself in the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Over in the Farmfolio chat room, Paul says Debo and Cordell Patterson are very similar. You agree with that?
Well, Debo looks like a running back. When they hand it to him, he looks like an NFL running back.
I give Patterson a lot of credit. I mean, he's been able to extend this career, reinvent it with Arthur Smith putting him in the backfield. Debo, no. I mean, Debo's got a chance now because he's finally found his footing in year 3 or year 4 to become one of the elite players in the NFL.
Jeff says, does Brian Robinson get drafted, in y'all's opinion?
I know last year, I remember on a Saturday riding around, and I had on ESPN radio, and Mel Kiper and Dari Nokel were doing their show. And Kiper was talking about Najee Harris, and he's like, hey, look, I mean, it's always a deep backfield at Alabama. He goes, I think Brian Robinson will be a 3rd or 4th round guy this year.
Yeah, I think he's late. He just looks a step slow.
But a guy that will play because of all the intangibles he brings to a Sunday. He'll be on there.
Yeah, you can't doubt dedication, heart with that guy.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about earlier, John says he blames the Alabama slump on the Karate G. We were talking about that earlier. Gaston's throwing it up there, right there. If you're a superstitious guy, that's on avatars everywhere. People are starting to pull them down now because Alabama's yet to win. Until cheerleading won last night, they lost 3 basketball games and a national championship football game.
Well, the season's over, too. You got to move on. I mean, Nick Saban's already moved on to the next year. You got to as well.
Matt says, Brown, are you hearing anything new on Christian Harrison and John Mechie? Mechie's going to the NFL. He made that declaration, waiting on Christian. But I will remind people, Mechie and anyone else, starting today when the deadline, you have 72 hours to pull your name out if you decide you don't like it.
Yeah, the shorter answer to that question is no.
No answer. You don't.
I'm not hearing anything new.
We don't expect that from Mechie.
I know. I expect Christian Harris to go. I think most people do. Although I will say Nolan Smith of Georgia on 3 Sports reported today he's staying. That's a little bit of a surprise. That's great for Georgia, obviously.
Great for Georgia, but a lot of people aren't staying at Georgia. They've got some changeover to deal with. Forster, do you have the Say Hey Kay Adams? Is that her name, Kay Adams?
Yeah, that is her name, Kay Adams from NFL Network.
There's that outfit.
Dressed like Wilma Flintstone today.
Yeah.
You think she's got better feet than Wilma?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
I bet she sees a spy at least once a week.
Well, I mean, Wilma, that's the way she ran her car when she had to go to the grocery store.
I think she picked him up. Didn't Fred always drove?
Well, I mean, Fred was at work. Wilma had to go to the grocery store.
Look at that picture, though. The way her hand is placed, it looks like she's got 6 fingers. Her arm's so skinny. It looks like a 6 finger.
It kind of does. Yeah. It looks like her thumb's down there, yeah.
I was like, wow, that's a weird hand. She's got 6 fingers. But she doesn't.
Oh, say hey, Kay. I got complimented on my feet the other day, Dunaway. I thought of you.
It's uncomfortable.
No, it's true. We were at...
how would you even have feet out this time of year?
Listen, I was about to tell you the story. We were at the Way to Wellness deal where Forrester was doing the video. And there's this one machine where they got to get your measurements. You got to be barefoot. And she says to me, do you mind taking your shoes off on video? I said, I don't care at all. And I took my shoes off and she goes, oh, you have very nice feet. So that comes from a life of avoiding manual labor.
Again, for the record, not a foot guy when it comes to guys.
Well, yeah, but you've
not really,
thank you for clearing that up.
Not really a foot guy with girls. It's only a turnoff if they're really bad.
But she did compliment my feet.
Don't see great looking feet.
Yep.
And I did. I had to voice over the video of you barefoot, and it was uncomfortable seeing your bare feet.
She complimented them. That was a female.
That is fine. Good for her. Did she say you needed to lose weight in your feet?
No, she did not. They look fine. She complimented them, in fact.
All right. When we come back, LT's got our 3 and Out today, part of our show in the Farmfolio chat room, brought to you by the great folks at Farmfolio over there. Brunny, tell us about Farmfolio.
Jimmy Dunaway, if you are worried about market volatility, if you're worried about inflation, Farmfolio could show you how your investment could turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
We'll do 3 and Out in just a second, but part of the show is being brought to you, Brownie, by the great folks at Wayne. Smart Pest keeps those infestations from happening in your house.
It does.
Tell us about Smart Pest.
Yeah, it combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with a 24/7 rodent monitoring. You don't want to get down in the crawl space or up in the attic looking for those rodents. Let Wayne's do it for you. It monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES-1. Mention this code TNR for The Next Round. TNR, you get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
Some more portal and movement happening. Clemson edge rusher Xavier Thomas going back to Clemson, not going to the NFL. That's big news for him there. I mentioned Oregon running back Travis Dye is in the portal with 1,200 yards. So is Ole Miss running back Henry Parrish, who picked Miami over the weekend following Ole Miss running back coach Kevin Smith down there. I thought Parrish was pretty good.
Yeah, in spots, absolutely. I mean, he wasn't Jerry and Ely, but yeah.
Brenton Cox returning to Florida. That's a big get for Napier to keep that great pass rusher there at Florida. I mentioned all the Bama players who are coming back, national championship celebration.
Well, there's a big name out there. Yep. I don't know if you walk back.
Yeah, Mike Griffith reporting that JT Daniels is expected to hit the portal today.
JT Daniels is hitting the portal.
Figured that was going to happen, by the way.
Not surprised there. I really thought, I think he should test. Look at that quarterback group. I'd test the NFL waters.
No, if I was JT, I would be calling Dabo Swinney.
Yeah.
If I was JT, I'd call Jim Nagy, who was just on the show with us, and said, hey, can I go to the Senior Bowl?
He's probably got his degree, and he's been 3 years, right? That's all you have to do, I think.
He would be so stacked behind those guys. Nagy's got an incredible quarterback lineup.
He really does. No, that was really good.
Okay, so you're telling me Malik Willis for the NFL over JT Daniels?
No, that's the one I might have Daniels in front of.
In today's NFL, Malik Willis is much more appealing. He wasn't consistent this year, but going back, in certain games, he looked great.
So you tell me which one, Desmond Ridder or JT Daniels?
I think JT Daniels is going to show up better when doing all the drills and the workouts. I don't know. I haven't seen JT play enough to know. Yeah. I don't think Desmond Ridder is going to be successful in the NFL. He couldn't throw into windows against Alabama.
Sam Howell?
Sam Howell, I mean, Mitch Trubisky. Do I want Mitch Trubisky?
You only say that because he went to North Carolina.
Do you want Sam Howell on your team? I don't.
I would much rather have Sam Howell than JT
Well,
Daniels.
I don't know that I want JT Daniels.
I don't know what JT Daniels is. I know he has a great arm when he's practicing.
I know he couldn't beat out Stetson Bennett.
Kenny Pickett?
Kenny Pickett is much
I don't think there's much doubt on that one.
Kenny Pickett last year wouldn't have been drafted. He came back one year.
Nor would have Joe Burrow, by the way.
And neither would JT Daniels. That's why he's not coming out.
Okay. There's not a quarterback in this draft you're going to sell me on.
Bailey Zappi.
They're all horrible quarterbacks, which is why it's a great time to go out if you're JT Daniels. Don't get me wrong.
I don't call them horrible quarterbacks.
None of these guys.
They don't seem like franchise NFL quarterbacks. They're not horrible quarterbacks. They were really good college quarterbacks. All I'm saying is Kenny Pickett does have if there is one guy that has potential to be, in my opinion, a franchise quarterback, would be Kenny Pickett.
What's different between him this year than last year, except he had a better team and just had a better year?
It reminded me of Joe Burrow.
But, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't just sell that out anymore. Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL right now, and he was super average. He had one really good year.
And JT Daniels, they wanted him to start. The pressure was on Todd Monken and Kirby Smart for JT Daniels to start, and he couldn't beat out Stetson Bennett.
I don't have football eyes. I'm a very normal human being.
All right.
And Ed Orgeron on the NFL pregame show this week said the exact same moment that I went to when I said Joe Burrow is a good quarterback and is going to have a breakout year. That whole year when I said that was going to happen, I went back to one play when he got clocked in that bowl game and he got back up and led them down to scoring drive after scoring drive. The guy was a good quarterback in college, and he had a great final year there because he was surrounded by great talent. He's surrounded by that same talent in the NFL. He's having a great NFL career.
Well, imagine Kenny Pickett with better talent than he had at Pitt.
I think Kenny Pickett's numbers in 20 were better than Burrow's numbers his year before.
Well, come back to me in a couple of years when Kenny Pickett's on the heap. Playing here in the spring in our third year,
that's
the third year of the
play.
USFL.
I'm not saying
we're just going back to your JT Daniels argument. He couldn't beat out Stetson.
You're missing my point on JT Daniels. I don't think he ever starts in the NFL.
Yeah.
My point is he should go pro right now because all these quarterbacks are not franchise quarterbacks. So they always reach for quarterbacks. They're going to Christian Ponder up this draft, and he has a chance to make a lot of money. He'll never play in the NFL. I'm not saying he'll ever play in the NFL.
Yeah, but I'm
saying this is his chance to make money.
I think if that was the case, I think he would go. I see what you're saying. I see your point.
E.J. Manuel, Christian Ponder,
but I don't
all
think
those guys.
he believes that he would be above those five guys that Jim Nagy was talking about.
And just to be fair, I don't know if Kenny Pickett will make it in the NFL. The NFL doesn't know if Kenny Pickett will make it in the NFL. Nobody knows if quarterbacks are going to make it. That's why the NFL misses so much on these guys. My point is you can't just say, oh, what was he the year before? Because that's the same thing you say about Joe Burrow. What was he the year before? He probably wasn't a drafted quarterback. He went to the number one pick. Just because Kenny Pickett put it together for one good year doesn't disqualify him any more than it disqualified Joe Burrow.
Mac Jones is a better example to me than Joe Burrow. I mean, Joe Burrow was a starting quarterback the year before. Mac Jones was the backup who came in for an injured quarterback. Mac Jones went from 0 to 60 really fast on the draft board.
He did, but are you 100% confident from what you've seen about Mac Jones that he's the type of quarterback you need in the NFL?
No,
I'm not either.
I'm less convinced on Jalen Hurts, so I'll tell you that. If I was the Eagles, I would shift gears quick.
I think we have the answer on Jalen Hurts, and I like Jalen, and I'm pulling for him to do well, but I don't think you're ever going to get anywhere with him.
Okay, we'll push 3 and out a little bit deeper here because we went a little deep here. I'll ask you your takeaways from the NFL playoffs this weekend after LT tells us about the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, write the number down, 969-8100. See if this is the year of vision for you. Maybe you wear contacts. You waste money every year on contacts and solution. Look, I did it for years. Finally called Dr. Mark Michelson, went in, got that hassle-free consultation, which you can do right now. Call 969-8100, ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. Michelson Laser Vision, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Remember, Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to ever perform the laser procedure right here in the state of Alabama back in 1995. I have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100 or online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Eagles and Steelers both looked out of place this weekend as far as playoff teams. My takeaway was Jalen Hurts is a great story. I don't think that Eagles team moving forward can win with Jalen Hurts at quarterback when they get to the playoffs. Obviously, they won enough to be there as a wild card. I just don't think they can win playoff games with Jalen Hurts.
Well, I think if you run an offense that includes a lot of what we're seeing in the NFL now with the RPOs and stuff like that, Jalen can be really good mixing that in with the pass. If you get in a game like you did yesterday where it's all on his arm, not going to happen.
Well, and I think defensive coordinators are going to start to, they were the best rushing team statistically in the NFL this year, and a lot of that had to do with Jalen Hurts.
Right.
But you saw it early. I thought Todd Bowles did a really good job. They were unable to run early on.
Yep, and it's all on his arm at that point.
He is an inaccurate NFL quarterback,
right.
and if I'm Devontae Smith, unfortunately, although he's got the Alabama tie, I'm pulling for somebody else to be my quarterback.
They stacked the box. And they blitzed on every play. They left their DBs out on the corner because they didn't think Jalen Hurts could complete 2 passes in a row.
And by the way, there were times Devontae was running wide open, and they brought it up. I think it was Troy on the broadcast saying, this is an easy crossing pattern right here to Devontae. He's open. And the one time before half, and I thought it was really the critical time in the game if they were going to get back into it, was 17-0. When I forgot which one of your defensive backs, maybe it was Whitehead, but
how late was he on this throw?
Oh, my gosh.
So late.
And elite quarterbacks completely
100%.
Make that throw. It's a touchdown every time.
Every time.
And you let the safety came almost all the way across the field to make the pick.
But they didn't even target Devontae in that whole first half, which is just a stupid game plan by the Eagles coaching staff. You assume it was the Eagles
even if it's just quick hits to him, just get the ball in the kid's hands.
But the difference between those
get him into the game.
And by the way, the catch he made on the 2-point conversion was amazing.
Oh, it was. The difference between the two teams you brought up is the Steelers are now forced to make a change at quarterback. They got no other choice.
Big
Ben's done. Yeah.
Big Ben retires. I thought it was a gutsy effort for the Steelers to even get to where they had a chance to limp into the playoffs.
That's why I wanted the Chargers in the playoffs, because the Chargers were good enough on a given to beat anybody offensively. Herbert had that type of ability, and you kind of knew once Pittsburgh got in after Carlson hit the field goal last Sunday night to eliminate the Chargers that this was going to be the situation with Pittsburgh and Kansas City.
Now, see, with my Buccaneers, if the Rams win tonight, I think we're the worst team left in the NFC, right? And probably even if we were healthy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
But, Packers,
49ers,
Rams. Now, if Bosa's out and Werner can't play, if you lose 2 of those guys, that changed that pass rush a little bit. But as they said in the broadcast all day long, the ability to get to the quarterback with just 4 guys rushing is a huge advantage, and that's what the 49ers are able to do.
Who's really good at his job is DeMeco Ryans, the former Alabama player. He'll be a head coach at some point.
Incredible, and that's why I would love to see that matchup again. He pretty much in the second half outcoached McVay last week.
He's really good.
He has gotten so good. He'll be a head coach sooner than later.
But it helps you when you don't have to bring any blitzes at all. When your 4 guys are so physical, they can get to the quarterback 4-on-5, 4-on-6, and still get to the quarterback, and that's what the 49ers are able to do.
Look, and this is one of the reasons I think Kyle Shanahan, you can make the argument right now, could be, the best coach in the NFL. I think he's that good. Last year, they were completely depleted. That's the reason they didn't make the postseason. Year before, to me, I said it the entire year, they were the best team, blew a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl to lose that. I think they've got a great shot, if they get those 2 guys healthy, to not only beat Green Bay, because Green Bay can't stop the run. I think they can win the entire thing.
Yeah, they have apparently some elite rushing package.
Garoppolo scares me.
Well, it's Mike McDaniel's the offensive coordinator. It's a guy. Go watch his videos. He is an off-the-wall guy.
Yeah.
He does not strike you as a football coach at all, but he's some sort of run game genius, and the Dolphins want to interview him for the head coaching job.
Which you don't think of run game genius like how many different ways we've been running the football since the 1800s. How are there different ways to run the football? But apparently his schemes are groundbreaking.
Doesn't even call the plays. Shanahan still calls the plays, but he gets a lot of credit for their run game, which is really, really good.
And I thought Burrow and the Bengals, what a great atmosphere in Cincinnati, and good for them to finally get the win since 1990, 1991. That team is a dangerous team. We talked about which teams could get hot at the right time. That's a dangerous team. They've got enough talent over the top to upset some people.
Yeah, look, and Mixon didn't even play a good game. And when you've got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Mixon and a guy like Tyler Boyd that complements, backside of that defense scares me a little bit, and they gave up some big plays to put the Raiders in a situation to possibly tie that game up. But they are dangerous. I've got a feeling with a rested Titans team with Henry coming back, they probably lose. But, it was a great first playoff experience for Burrow. But they do have an opportunity. They're only a 2.5-point dog in this situation.
C.J. Uzomah having another big game for the Bengals.
Did the Icky Shuffle, by the way.
I loved it.
Throwback. Last time they won a game was the Icky Shuffle.
And my best of the weekend was Zach Taylor, former Sean McVay assistant. He got this from McVay, the game balls, like giving them out in the locker room. That's become a big tradition in Cincinnati. But going to that bar he passes every night on the way home.
That is cool, yeah.
Walking in there and giving a game ball away to the Cincinnati Bengals fan was a cool moment.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so that's our takeaways from the weekend. LT's got the 3 and out when we come back as we roll on today on the next round.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Too close to game time?
It might be.
You just invited him to dinner.
I did. I invited him to pay off a steak at 5:30, 5 o'clock if it's open. Game kicks at 7:15.
We can go on and put it in stone. I will go Thursday night. How about that?
Thursday night.
Yeah.
Can I go?
If you can do it.
I'll have to check my schedule at that point.
So you're not going to go steak on this game? You're not going to flip around to the Cardinals? He wants you to flip around to the Cardinals.
I'm not going to flip around to the Cardinals. No, I've given away. I mean, I gave away 1,000 on Georgia trying to Alabama.
Hey, so we will burn the Rams ticket on the air tomorrow.
If the Cardinals win?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to burn it if the Rams somehow win.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we'll burn it. I'll bring it in. We'll burn it tomorrow.
Okay. Well, wait. I thought when you got the ticket, it was supposed to help the Rams. So why are we burning it?
No, if they lose, it's over.
There's no use.
It got us. We won the NFC West.
I think you need to burn it next segment to help them win tonight.
I don't have it on me.
Very convenient. Will you burn it when you get home and video it?
No.
I've got a picture of it on my phone. Will you crush my phone?
I think he'll do that.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Before we do 3.
You already saw it. I did bet on the Cardinals, did I not?
You did. I don't understand you. You literally bet.
I like the Cardinals tonight. I bet on the 49ers. You said the same thing last week, and we were in Indy. I truly like the 49ers. We can't beat the 49ers. I think mentally where Matt Stafford is right now, if you told me he played clean football tonight, the Rams win the game, no doubt. I think he'll turn it over multiple times.
I won't say the money, but it's hundreds of dollars he just bet on the Cardinals just because you want the Rams to win. You're in such a mental place.
No, it's not true. Like I wouldn't put people that are subscribing to the website in that situation to do a reverse jinx. I really believe the Cardinals plus 3.5 are a good play tonight.
Let's do our Urology Center medical minute here. I wish it was a mental minute right here on the Ramley.
Hey, Urology Centers of Alabama currently looking for participants for our active clinical trials. With over 3 decades of experience, the UCA Research Department has been dedicated to developing the treatments of urological conditions into the future. Our research team specializes in a variety of urological fields, which allows them to expertly conduct studies on the spectrum of conditions such as prostate cancer, bladder cancer, and urinary tract infections. These study medications go through rigorous lab testing and are offered through leading national pharmaceutical manufacturers. Patients who participate will have access to new forms of treatment, may receive financial compensation, reimbursements for travel expenses, and are likely to receive free medications. In addition, participants are given a specialized level of care due to the number of UCA doctors and staff monitoring the trial process. Clinical research is key to discovering new medications that can lead to groundbreaking treatments. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with prostate cancer, bladder cancer, or a recent urinary tract infection, contact Urology Centers of Alabama to learn if you qualify to take part in our current trials. For more information or to sign up for a study, visit urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
All right, 3 and out coming up. I was just watching a replay of Alabama Cincinnati.
I saw that too.
I was at the game. I didn't see them sneaking peeks into the box of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. I knew they were there together. I know they brought their wives and or girlfriends.
Mahomes looked like he was on a first date.
Yeah, good for them though. They've been together a long time.
Yeah.
All right,
some fun.
Here we go. 3 and out. Brought to you by Vulcan Tires. LT's got them today. Any Ramley questions in here? Ram questions? Okay. All right.
Hey, you need to get that car winterized. I mean, the weather outside here around the Birmingham area is no fun right now. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they can take care of you, whether it's the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More playoff wins over the next 3 years, Dak or Mac?
Dak.
I mean, they haven't won They can't win playoff games.
It's crazy.
I think he's going to be in it a lot, but they just cannot win playoff games. And Mac Jones hit that rookie wall. His last month of the season was not great.
So if the Rams would have beaten San Francisco last week, they would have hosted Arizona. And, the big number would have been Kyler Murray is 9-0 in that stadium, going back to high school at Oklahoma and just recently beat Dallas this year. But they much rather would have seen Kyler with that 9-0 record than San Francisco. They got a bad draw.
They did. They got a horrible draw, but the Cowboys are the better roster, the better team, and the better organization in that division. So they're going to be there a long, long time in the playoffs. And I'm wondering about this Bills team. I mean, the Patriots will be fighting for the wild card. This Bills team is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys because we all know it starts with quarterback in the NFL. And when you look at the NFC East, it's a mess. Washington doesn't know what they're going to do with quarterback. We just talked about the Jalen Hurts situation in Philadelphia, and New York is starting from scratch. It looks like Daniel Jones is not going to be the future there.
Mac Jones' last 5 starts, 8 touchdowns, 7 picks, and they lost 4 of those 5 games. He struggled down the stretch, and I think that's a little concerning.
I still think he's going to be good.
I think so, but
I don't know how you learn to play in the cold, but I guess you just do it over time.
You don't grow up in Jacksonville to start with.
I mean, he's got to learn how to play in that kind of weather because he's going to play a lot of games in that weather in that division and in the playoffs.
Well, that's a question about Tua as well. The guy he grew up in Miami, or he grew up in Hawaii, played in Tuscaloosa, lives in Miami, and now they're worried about his ability to play in the cold. And I'm like, the rest of our division's in the cold. Yeah. We're going to play a lot of games in the cold.
Second down.
Better quarterback situation over the next 3 years. Eagles or Raiders?
Quarterback decision.
Quarterback situation.
Raiders. I think Carr's a better quarterback than Hurts.
Well, I'll go Raiders, and that's even if they change quarterbacks.
See, I think they are going to change quarterbacks, though.
And keep an eye on Russell Wilson. He made it known over the weekend he is exploring trade opportunities, and it would not surprise me if he ends up somewhere. He wants to go to a contender. And if you're the Seahawks, you want to get something for him. I don't think he's a free agent, is he? Isn't he a restricted free agent?
Yeah, so they would have to actually probably give compensation like draft picks. Talking to Young Reed, he's a New York Giants fan. They've got 2 first-rounders pretty high. Is Russell Wilson at this point in his career
worth 2 first-rounders?
No, not worth 2, but worth like a 7 or a 9.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Worth 1 first-rounder then. And then maybe Daniel Jones as part of the trade?
Probably.
If I had a team I thought was just a quarterback away, like Tampa Bay was, from winning a championship, I think I would give a first-round pick.
I'd give a first-round pick for a championship.
Like you would take if like for whatever reason, if Tampa decided or if Tom Brady decided this is it,
which is always a possibility.
Yeah. And you'd be cool with Tampa going out and getting Russell, right?
Yeah. I don't know if we have any first-round draft picks left. We've been giving them away trying to win now.
Would you say Miami's in the playoffs with Russell Wilson at quarterback?
Yes.
I mean, they almost were with Tua. Yeah. So, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
I'm telling you, the New Orleans Saints, the way Sean Payton calls plays for Russell Wilson.
Perfect in that offense.
Third down.
Okay, which quarterback is under more pressure tonight? Is it Kyler or Stafford?
I think it's Stafford.
The reason I bring up Kyler, though, is because he was in the MVP conversation, and, this is a guy that is yet to get to the postseason. Year 3, he's finally there.
I asked this question last week. I can't remember who the guest was, and I asked the question about, for their legacy, who's under the most pressure in this playoffs. I think it's Matt Stafford. Yeah. And I'm seeing more and more talk about that. He's never won a playoff game. He's got the most passing yards of a guy that's never won a playoff game. There's a lot he's got to get off his shoulders.
Yeah, it's Matt Stafford because this is his best chance to win one. Nobody blames him on losing all the time with the Lions. The other side of that, it's not on Kyler Murray. It'll be blamed on the coach, Cliff Kingsbury. So Kingsbury has the most pressure of the coaches. Oh, is that 4th down?
No.
Okay. And I didn't want to step on the toes. And then it's by far Stafford as quarterback.
You went out and got Stafford as the Rams to win you a Super Bowl.
I know.
100% to win you a Super Bowl.
I remember the restaurant. They don't advertise with us. When I was leaving, when the Stafford news broke, it was on a Saturday night. It was back in March.
Yep.
And at that moment, I was thinking to myself, we've got a really good shot at winning a Super Bowl this year. I go back to last year. Jared Goff with a banged-up thumb won a postseason game last year.
Yeah.
There is a really good chance, all in with Stafford, a guy that is 0-3 in his playoff career, that we don't get as far as Jared Goff got last year.
Okay.
4th down.
Jim Carrey, 60 years old today. If I asked you your best Jim Carrey role for you guys.
I think it is his role in Truman Show. Oh, he's really good in Truman Show.
I liked him in Cable Guy. He was good. I thought it was the first time I'd ever seen him not be funny. Was Cable Guy?
I think it was very dark in Cable Guy.
I think it's funniest might be Lloyd Christmas and Dumb and Dumber, but
Man on the Moon, Andy Kaufman.
I think it's
that's a good one too.
So good. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. If you haven't seen that, man, it's such a cool concept.
Yep.
Spike Jonze does it,
But,
with Kate Winslet. To me, it's his best acting job.
Spoiler alert, at the end of Truman Show, when he finds the way out and Ed Harris and he are going back and forth, that's excellent acting by him.
Yeah, and then when they find out that Ed Harrison was up in the attic with his mom, dead, in the rotting corpse. I'm just trying to throw people off.
He
rotting corpse.
He's kind of this. I'm not going to say he's as talented, but he's close. But he's kind of this generation's Robin Williams. Like he rubs a lot of people wrong because he's so in your face and so over the top. But he's so talented.
That is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires today.
Hey, 4 locations. Make sure you stop by, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. Again, 4 locations and online. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing today, Greg Nelson, you know the name, right? He's trustworthy. He's been doing this for over 20 years, locally owned. If you call Greg up and make a point to do that in 2022, if it's been a while since you've had your roof inspected, make sure that you get it inspected just to sort of prevent some long-term damage on your house that would cost you thousands on thousands of dollars. Call Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Get that roof inspected. Free, no-cost inspection. Here's the number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. I tell you all the time, if you don't remember one of our sponsors, you can DM me on social media or tweet at me or call us up here. We'll pass it along. And you can just find Greg as well on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Free, no-cost inspection, A-plus rated Better Business Bureau, has wonderful warranties. Insurance companies love them. It's all right there. Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City. Check him out right now on Facebook or call 205-542-3531.
On Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the next round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the next round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch and give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
Final 2 minutes of the show here. And Brown brought up a great point there on the Cowboys ending, which is one of the weirdest ways to end a game I have ever seen, having an umpire having to fight through your line to place the ball and running out of time in a playoff game after a quarterback sneak with 14 seconds. But even the clocking of the play is not the play there.
No, you got to run a play. You got to have, if you're going to call that play, which I thought I saw Dak say this postgame, or maybe McCarthy, is that they've run this in practice where they run it and they know the one of the two plays that they're going to run afterwards.
That's right.
You would have thought, Lance, if Kellen Moore had called this player McCarthy, it leads to another play. You run this play, we get the ball placed and snapped, and either we force San Francisco to call a timeout in confusion, or we run a play with San Francisco in confusion.
That's right. And that's
clocking it was the
well.
dumb
They
idea.
had their. I think that was the plan originally. I think Dak just
he
kind
panicked.
of caught up and confused.
I mean, he screwed
panicked
up by handing it to his center to begin with.
But the play that got them back in the game outside of the Garoppolo pick was the fake punt, and they were really prepared to run back-to-back plays. We convert this, we've got another play to confuse them, and then
without your offense out there, you were just going to run a snap to the Wildcat guy and let him run a play. Or force them to call a timeout, as they were talking about on the broadcast. Just a crazy ending there. And as you would imagine, Mike McCarthy's job status is up in the air.
Well,
but as we've talked about on the show earlier with Jim Nagy, was that McCarthy's play call or Kellen Moore?
But I'll tell you what is on McCarthy is 14 penalties for 89 yards. That's all on your head coach right there.
Or is it on the offensive and defensive coordinators who don't coach up their guys a little bit better, or position coaches? Do you clean out the whole house? I don't think you can keep Kellen Moore and blame all that on Mike McCarthy, which I think is what a lot of Cowboy fans would like to see happen.
Oh, I think so. Dan Quinn's interviewing for jobs. I mean, Dan Quinn may not be there next year because he's a head coach somewhere.
Yeah, it should be a crazy week when it comes to the coaching carousel. We'll see if Timmy Chang gets a Hawaii job. We didn't get a chance to talk about that. Todd Grantham stepping down. And Jim Harbaugh still waiting. Maybe there's a job for Jim Harbaugh that could crank back up the college coaching cycle. We're back with you tomorrow. The replay starts right now on the app. Thank you, TuneIn Radio, for being part of our family here. And don't forget, you can always like and subscribe us on YouTube and watch the show every day. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.